Hello everyone, welcome back to the full tutorial of our Clone. This comprehensive tutorial will help you with the skills to build your own social media app using Flutter and Firebase. You will learn how to design the app's layout, implement the user authentication, create thread posts, enable user interaction through commenting, liking and following, edit profiles, and also utilize the user search functionality. So by the end of this tutorial, you have the skills and knowledge to build your own social media app with Flutter and Firebase. So with that said, let's jump right in. My main.dat file, I've created a login screen widget, which is found within the screen folder over here, and it's returning a scaffold, right? So within that, let's start with the safe area to prevent it from being at the notch area. So the child of the safe area is going to be a column, and the column intent takes in the children, where you can specify a list of widgets over here. So in here, our first widget is going to be the image, right? And it's going to be from our assets folder. So image.assets, then we pass in the path, and that's assets slash, and the name of the logo, the image is thread logo.png, right? So when you're saving the changes, you can see it's over there. So let's reduce the size a bit. So let's provide a width value. Let's set the width to 8. There you go. So let's wrap the image within a widget, the center widget, to place it at the center. And also let's set the main axis alignment of the column to be main axis alignment of center. As you can see, the effect. So below the logo is going to be a text form field, right? That's going to be the input field. And the text in the controller. So you'll be accepting the user email controller, right? For now, it's not yet created, so I'll be creating the email controller variable. So final email controller is going to be of type text editing controller. So let's decorate the text form field, right? So with the decoration argument, you can pass in an input decoration. Let's set the content padding to be edge insert.all and pass in a value of 8, right? And also let's provide it a hint text, right? It's more or less like a placeholder. Going to accept a text of enter your email, as you can see over there. Let's proceed to set the border of the input field, right? Let's give it an outline input border, so we can have that rounded shape around the input. There you go. And let's wrap the text form field within a padding, right? And this padding is only going to affect the top size, a value of 20. So you can see it push a little bit. And let's wrap the whole of the column within a padding as well. And it's going to affect all size, a value of 20. So within the outline input border, let's provide the border side, right? Which takes in the border side widget. So within the border side, we can pass in the color, and let's set the color to gray color. So the way we do that is colors.gray, as you can see right there. So let's also provide a focus border, right? When the input is focused, that's going to be similar to the outline input border, right? So we provide that. So in here we need one more text field for the password, right? So I'll copy from the padding and repeat the same thing for the password. So here we need to change the controller to the password controller, right? So I'll create another variable over here. That's going to be password controller. So I need to pass that password controller to the controller, and also change the hint text to enter your password. As you can see, the effect over there. So below the input is going to be the forget password button, right? So this is the trick. Let's start with a row and provide it to children, right? So with the children, let's provide it a test widget. Sorry, a test button, which has an on press. That's going to be the function that gets called when the button is pressed. So with a test, let's assign it a value of forget password. So in here, we set the main axis alignment to be main axis alignment dot end, and that will push the test button to the very end, as you can see over there. So let's start the test button by changing the color, right? So with the star property, you can assign it a text style and provide the color. So the color is going to be black, so we assign colors.black. There we go. So below that, we are going to have a button, right? That's the login button. So below the button, let's start with the elevated button. It takes in the onPress function and also the child, and the child is split a widget, and we are going to provide it a test widget. So let's provide a test of login, right? Oh, my bad. It's actually supposed to be below the row. There we go. So let's wrap the elevator button within a sized box, right? So with the sized box, let's provide a width to the sized box. Let's set a width to double.infinity. And also let's provide a height of 42. There we go. So let's start the button by changing the background color, right? So with the star property, we use elevator button.star from, then we pass in our background color. We are going to set our background color to be colors.black. There we go. It's looking pretty much good. So below the button, we are going to have a row, right? That's going to contain two tests. So it's basically we are going to give the user alternative if the user don't have an account yet, right? Since we are designing the login screen, if the user don't have an account yet, we are going to provide an information don't have an account yet, right? And also provide a button that will link to the sign up page for user to create a new account, right? So that's basically the idea over here. There we go. And we need to push this row to the very end. So let's add divide over there and also add a spacer. That will push it at the very end. Okay, you can see let's provide a space at the very beginning of the center. There we go. You can see it works perfectly. So the main axis alignment of this row is going to be main axis alignment of center, and that will center it. All right, so let's start the test of the sign up. So with the star property, you can assign the test style and provide it. It's already black. Let's actually bolden the sign up, right, by providing it a font weight. So in here, we set the font weight to be bold, right? You can see the effect. And let's change the text to text button so it can be clickable. That way you can navigate to the sign up page, right? So with the text button, testing the onPress, and that's basically the function that's going to get called when the button is pressed, and also the child. And the child is going to be the text. So let's get rid of the cons over here. So let's assign it a child, and the child is going to be the text. There you go. So here we need to change the color of the text as well. So let's set the color to black. So it's going to be colors.black. There you go. I think we're pretty much done with the login screen, right? So when the sign up button is pressed, we need to navigate to the sign up screen, right? So the way we do that, we use the navigator dot push, and it takes in the context and also the route. And the route is going to be material page route that takes in the builder. And the builder is basically a function that takes in the context, right? And we're going to navigate to the sign up screen, right? So we need to provide this screen we are going to navigate to. So I'll pass in the sign up screen, which is not yet created. So I'll be creating it sooner. So within the screen folder, I'll create a file. I'm going to name this file as a signup.dat. And it's pretty much going to be the same as the login screen, right? So in here, we need to provide additional two text field to handle the user name and also the user full name, right? So I'll copy that and paste it, changing in the name of the widget to sign up screen. And also we need to change this to login screen, right? Since we are in the sign up screen, the alternative is already have an account. If you're already having an account, you'll be navigating to the login screen. So I'll change in the text over here. And that's going to be already have an account. If you already have an account, then the text is also going to change as well to the login. So I think we need to copy one more text form field, right, and paste it within here. So let's import the sign up screen to get rid of the errors. Let's save any changes. There we go. So you can see when you navigate, you are seeing the same thing over here. There we go. You can see the navigation works. So with this text form field, we need to pass in. We're actually going to get the user's full name, right? So the hint text is going to change, and also we need to change the controller. So let's copy an additional one more field. That's going to be for the username. So with the username, you need to change the hint text as well to enter your username. There you go. So you need to create two more additional, let's get rid of the forget password and also wrap the sizer box within a padding. And this padding is only going to affect the top side, a value of 20. Perfect. As you can see over here, so everything is working perfectly. So you need to create two additional text editing controller, and that's one is going to be for the name controller, that's the full name, and also the other is going to be for the username controller, right? So we need to pass that to the controller as well. So with the full name controller, we're passing the name controller, and here too we need to pass in the username controller. And I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, you can see, don't have an account, you can sign up, and if you already have an account, you can also log in, right? Oh, one more thing, you need to change the text of the button to sign up within the sign up screen, right? So let's do that. There you go. I think that's pretty much it. So within the screen folder, I'll be creating a file, and I'm going to name this file as the home.dat. So the home is going to contain our tab bar, right? That's where you can specify our feed screen, our profile, favorites, and all those stuff, right? So within the press of the login, right, we'll be navigating to the home, right? So navigator.push, that is in the context, and we're going to pass in the material page route, and the material page route is in the builder, right? And the builder is basically a function that is in the context, and it will be returning a screen, right? In the screen, you are going to provide it the home screen. So that's it. So let's save in the changes over here. So the login, for now, we're not handling validation. We'll be doing it later, right? So I'll just go with it. And also provide a sample password. So login, you can see we've been navigated to the home screen, right? So for now, it's returning a scaffold. So let's start. So the body of this scaffold is going to be based on pages, right? You're going to have a list of pages. And that list of pages is going to be of type widget. It's going to be an array. And basically the body of this home is going to return a pages, right? And the page is going to be based on a particular index, right? So I'll create an index variable at the top there. And it's going to be of type int. And I'm going to create a variable known as the selected index and initially assign it a value of 0, right? So the body is going to access in a pages of our selected index, right? For now, we are having error that will be fixed later. So below the body, the scaffold is in the bottom navigation bar. That is in the bottom navigation bar widget, right? So within the bottom navigation bar widget is in the items. So the items, it is in the bottom navigation bar item, right? That is in the icon. So the icon, the first icon is going to be icons.home. It also requires a label, right? So we need to provide a label today as well. And the label is going to be home. So I need to copy and repeat this I think 4 more times, right? Changing in the icon in the label. So first of all, let's set the current index of this bottom navigation bar to be our selected index. That's going to be the first screen, right? And also the pages, for now, let's assign a text variable to hold the widget. So it's found at the notch area. So let's wrap this within a center to actually see it, right? So when saving the change, you can see the data over here. And this page is going to be our home, right? And the next one is going to be our feed screen. Here also is going to be our post screen, our favorite, and finally our profile, right? We are not seeing the bottom navigation bar, right? So let's set the selected item color of the bottom navigation bar to be black. That's when it's active, right? And also let's set on selected item color to be gray. There you guys, you can see over there, right? So here let's assign the false to the show label, show selected label, right? You don't want the label to be shown. And let's change the name of the icon and also the label as well. So for the second one, it's going to be the search icon, and the label is going to be search. And the third one is going to be the add icon. That's going to represent the post. The fourth one is going to be the favorite icon. And lastly, we are going to have the person icon. That's going to represent the profile. Saving the changes. There we go. You can see. For now, it doesn't change from its active state, right? So it takes in the on tab, right? And that takes in the index. So in here, we'll be setting our state over here. We'll be assigning our index to the selected index variable we just created, right? So that way we have it switching between the screens. And also let's set the bottom navigation bar, the type of this bottom navigation bar to be bottom navigation bar type dot fixed. There we go. Yeah, still not seeing the effect. Okay, we need to actually move this upwards within the state of the home. There we go. Let's save in the changes. There you go. You can see our pages are being navigated based on the selected index, right? So let's actually wrap the test within a center widget so you can actually see its implementation, right? So I'll wrap the test within a center widget. So you can see the pages changing accordingly, right? The favorite screen, the post screen, the set screen, and also the feed screen. So I'll be creating a widget for each of these pages, right? It will remain the test, right? I actually did a mistake. The first one is going to be our feed screen, and the second one is going to be the set screen, the post, the favorite, and lastly the profile. There you go. So let's save in the changes. So this is going to be our feed, our search, post, favorite, and profile. So let's start to create the widget for each of these pages, right? So within the screen folder, I'll be creating a file, and this file is going to be our feed.dat, and that's going to represent our feed screen, right? So I'll be creating a stateful widget over here, and I'll name this as the feed screen, right? It will be return the scaffold, right? So for now, the body of this scaffold is going to return a center widget with a test of feed screen. There you go. So in here we need to save in the changes, right? So I just grab my feed screen over here. So within the home.dat, the first one is going to represent our feed screen. So we need to import that as well. As you can see the effect. So we'll be doing the same for the set screen. So within the screen folder, I'll be creating a file, and this file is going to be called the search. So it's going to be called a search.dat. And that's going to be our search screen, right? So the name is going to be the search screen. So we're returning a scaffold, right? And the body of this scaffold is going to take in a test that has been centered. So within the home, the second widget is going to be a search screen. So let's import that. So we'll be doing something similar to the post, the favorite, and also the profile, right? So the next file is going to be our post screen. And it's going to be a stateful widget as well. So the name is going to be our post screen. And we'll be returning a scaffold. And the scaffold, the body of the scaffold is going to take in a text that has been centered. Yeah. So the center widget, passing the child in a text. So let's proceed to create another file for the favorite screen. And lastly, let's create the profile screen page. So it's going to be the stateful widget as well. And the name is going to be the profile screen. And it will be returning a scaffold, right? So the scaffold will be having the body with a text that has been centered, right? So the text is going to be the profile screen. There you go. So within the pages, right, we need to replace the widget with the screen respectively. So the third one is going to be our post screen. The fourth one is going to be our favorite screen. And lastly, our profile screen. Make sure you import that. Our profile screen. There you go. Let's save in the changes. So you can see when you click on each tab, the pages reflect accordingly, right? So you can see the free screen. So let's move into this free screen, right, and start building it from scratch. So I'll get rid of the cent over here and return the safe area, and that will prevent it from being at the notch area at the very top. So the chart of the safe area is going to be a single chart scroll view, right? We want this list of posts to be scrollable. So here we'll be returning the column. So within the children of the column, the first chart of the column is going to be a row. So you're going to have a row within the column, right? So the row of this, first of all, let's start with the avatar, right? So we are going to access our image from the asset folder, right? So image.asset, then we pass in the path, and that's going to be from our asset, and the name is the profile.png. So let's get rid of the cons in here. There you go. So let's reduce the image a bit, right, by providing it a width. So let's set a width to 45. I think this looks good. So let's wrap the column within a padding widget, right? And this padding is going to affect all sides, a value of 20, so we can have enough space around it. So next to the image, right, since it's in a row, next to the image is going to be a sizer box with a width. We want to have enough space, right? So below the sizer box is going to be an expanded widget, right? That will take the available space. So the chart of this expanded widget is going to be a column. As usual, the column is going to take in the children as well. So don't forget, we are still working within the row, right? So everything we'll be doing will be within the row, right, next to the image. So the column, within the column, we're also going to have a row, and this row is going to also take in the children, right? And we're going to have a test over here that's going to show the username, right? So I'll provide it a manual name of John Doe, right? So let's start the name as well, right? Let's bold in the text. So let's provide it a font weight of bold. There we go. And let's set a cross-axis alignment of the column to be cross-axis alignment dot start. So let's do the same for the row over here. So let's set the axis alignment to be start. So next to the button is going to be the time, right? So we provide a spacer widget to push it to the very end, right? So below that, we are going to have another text displaying the time of the post, yeah. So you can see it over there. So next to the time is going to be a text button that's going to contain an icon widget. Sorry, it's going to be an icon button, right? So with the icon button, text in the on press and also the icon. So the icon is going to be the more horizontal. That's the three dotted line. So we need to be outside of this row, right, and provide another column. And this column is going to contain the message and also the reaction to the user's message, right? So let's set a cross-axis alignment to be at the start, right? So the children of this column, the first one is going to be the text, and this text is going to contain the message. So I'll give it a message, right? Hi everyone, how are you? How are you all? Right, so that's so below the text is going to be a row, and this row is going to contain our icons, right? So it's basically going to be an icon button, right? So with the icon button, we have an on press that makes the icon clickable. So the icon you provide it an icon data, right? So with the icon, this is the icons dot. So you need to be within the icon. So icon dot favorite outline. So let's get rid of the cons in here. As you can see, the icon over there. So we need 3 of these icons, right? So I'll be copying that and repeat it 3 more times. There you go. So for the second one, the icon is going to change to be the comment icon, right? The name is comment underscore outline. It's going to be mode underscore comment underscore outline. That's the icon we want. So the third one is not going to be an icon anymore. It's going to be an image from our asset folder, right? Since it's a custom icon. So it's going to be from our asset folder, and the name is going to be the retweet icon. Sorry, the retweet image. The extension is .png. Let's save in the changes as you can see over here. So let's reduce the size a bit, right? So let's set a width of 25. It's looking pretty much good. And it's going to be the same for the last icon. That's going to be the send icon. So the name is going to be the send. There we go. I think that's pretty much it. It's looking quite cool. So below this, we are going to provide a divider, as you can see over there. So let's actually extract this as a widget, right? So we'll be having a list of posts over here. So if you extract this as a widget, you can have a list of posts. So I'll just extract widget. So I'll rename this widget to be thread message. And saving the changes. There we go. You can see we've extracted this as a widget. So the divider needs to be within the thread message, right? That separates the post. So within the thread message, which is a stateless widget, right? I'll wrap the row within the column. So below the row, then we proceed to provide the divider widget. Let's save in the changes. There we go. So within the column over here, you can just return multiple of these thread messages, and you can see the effects over there, right? So that's basically it. In this video, we'll be using Firebase to register and also authenticate users. So let's add the thread image at the top of these thread messages, right? So the image is going to be from our asset folder. So image.asset, then provide the path of the image. The name of the image is the thread underscore logo.png. So let's save in the changes over here. So let's reduce the image size, right? So let's set the width to 30. There we go. This is looking pretty much cool. We wouldn't always be returning the login screen here, right? We need to listen to the authentication changes and know whether the user has already signed in. So we'll be authenticating the user with Firebase for both sign up and also login process. And based on that, we can listen to the authentication changes and direct the user to the respective page. So let's get started. So let's add these two dependencies, right? The Firebase core and also the Firebase Auth for our authentication. So Flutter pap add Firebase core and also the Firebase Auth. There you go. You can see we have a successful installation over here. Yeah, so when we check the passport.yaml file, you can see those two dependencies have been added, right? The Firebase core and also the Auth. So let's head over to our Firebase console and add a project, right? So I'm going to give the name of this project. I'm going to name this project as the thread clone tutorial. So let's proceed from here. Let's disable the Google Analytics and create a new project, right? So in here to start creating your Firebase project. So you can see we've created a Firebase project and we need to add an app to get started, right? So this is where I'll introduce you to Flutter Fire CLI, right? So it comes with a set of Flutter plugins that connects your Flutter app with Firebase, right? So first of all, you need to install the Firebase tools and also activate the Flutter Fire CLI. So I've already installed the Firebase tools, right? So in here, I need to activate the Flutter Fire CLI. So that's pub global activate Flutter Fire CLI. There you go. So let's export that. So once we have that, we need to configure our Flutter Fire, right? So the command is Flutter Fire configure. So Flutter Fire configure. So this basically fetch your available Firebase projects, right? There you go. So we need to choose the name we gave it. That's the thread clone. And it's going to be on these two platforms, the Android and also the iOS. There we go. So before running our app, we need to make sure that our widget Flutter binding has been initialized, and also we've already initialized our Firebase app. So let's do that. So widget Flutter binding dot ensure initialize. There we go. And also we need to await our Firebase and initialize our app. So in here we need to pass in the options, and that's going to be default options dot current platform. There you go. So we now have our Firebase connected successfully with our Flutter app. So when you refresh, you can see two apps has been added, right? That's the Android and also the iOS. So let's proceed to get started with authentication. So in here, you need to click on the get started. Let's add a new provider, right? And this is going to be email and password. We'll be using our email and password for the authentication. So you need to enable that and save in the changes over here. So once you have that enabled, you can just proceed with that login functionality. So first of all, the home will be returning a stream builder, right? So the stream builder takes in the stream and also the builder. The stream is going to listen to a function, right? So the function is going to listen to is the authentication state changes. So Firebase auth dot instance dot auth state changes, right? That's the function the stream is going to listen to. And the builder is basically a function that is in the context and also the snapshot. So the snapshot is what actually holds the data. So within that, let's check the state of the snapshot. So if snapshot dot has data and also our snapshot data is not equal to null, then we can get the user data back, right? So we direct the user to the home screen. So we can return our home screen over here. Else we return our login screen. So that's pretty much it, right? We are checking for the authentication state changes and also listening to the snapshot. So the return type of this stream builder is the user, right? So you are basically checking for the auth state changes checking for the state of the snapshots, and returning the pages accordingly. So let's proceed with the login functionality. So within our login, the on-press of this login is where you are going to add our functionality before navigating to the home screen, right? So I'll be creating a login function at the top over here. And that's going to be future login, right? And it's going to be an asynchronous. So in here we'll be using try catch, right? So the try will be executed when you have a successful login in. So in here we need to await our Firebase authentication .instance sign in with email and password, right? So this email and password will be coming from our user, right? So we need to pass in the email controller.test. Then we trim any spaces, right? And also our password is going to be password controller.test. Then we trim any spaces over here. So once we have a successful signing in, then we need to also take care of the catch block, right? So for now, let's just print and then return. So we can then proceed to navigate to the home screen, right? So if mounted. So let me grab this code over here. So if mounted, you can just navigate to our home screen. So that's pretty much the functionality in logging in, right? So we sign in with email and password, and we pass in our email and also our password. If everything's successful, we navigate the user to the home page. So let's provide this login functionality to the on-press, right? So you can get rid of this and provide the login. So we'll be doing same with our sign up screen, right? So actually we need to push replacement. We need to replace the login with our home screen, right? So we can't navigate back. So within our sign up, we'll be doing something similar, right? We'll be creating a function to register the user, right? And the function is going to be of type void. It's going to be asynchronous as well. So within that, try and catch, right? So within the try block, you'll be getting the user credentials back, right? So the user credential, you create an instance of that. Then Firebase authentication.instance. This time around, we are going to create our user with what? Email and password. So we need to pass in our email and also our password. So email controller.test.trim. The same thing to our password controller.test.trim. So you actually need to await this, right? So based on the user credentials we get back, we can access the user ID, right? We want to sort the necessary information in addition to the email and password. That's the name and also the username. So we can access the user ID from our user credentials .uid. Let's check for the null. So once creating the user with email and password, we can just await and store the additional information within our database, and that deals with the Fire store, right? So we need to add additional dependency, and that's the Cloud Fire store. So Flutter pub add Cloud Fire store. That's our database. So once we have a successful installation of our Cloud Fire store, we can then call the Firebase Firestore, .instance .collection, right? So the collection name over here is going to be users .doc. Then we pass in the user ID. Then we set the name and also the username, right? So in here, the field is going to be the name Then we pass in our name controller dot text, and also additional field is going to be the username. Then we pass in our username controller dot text. So I think that's pretty much it. After that, we navigate the user to the login screen. So navigate.push. Let me actually copy it over here. Then we navigate the user to the login screen, right? So let's check if mounted. So within the catch block, right, we can just print the error. So that's basically the functionality in registering the user, right? So you can just provide a register function to the press of this sign up button, right? So I think that's pretty much it. You can give it a try. So first of all, let's add our Firestore database, right? So let's get started with our Firestore database. And it's going to be in the test mode, right? There you go. So once we have our database set up, we can just give it a try. So let me bring in my emulator via simulator. So here I'll provide my Gmail and also my password. You can see we've been navigated to the login screen, right? So let's check our database to see if we have successful creating of a new user. There we go. You can see the users collection over here, right? That comes with the name and also the username. So let's check the authentication as well. You can see one user over here. There we go. So let's try with the login functionality. There we go. That's pretty much it. So see you in our next tutorial. So in here, we wouldn't always be repeating this thread message post over here, right? So we need to create a model for that. So within my lib folder, I'm going to create a new folder. And I'm going to name this folder as the model. So within the model folder is going to be a file. And the file name is going to be the thread message. That's where you're going to create our model. So within this file, let's create a class of a thread message. So within the thread message, right, we are accessing the ID of the thread. So I'll create a couple of times in here. We also need the sender name and also the sender profile image URL. And also the message itself as well, the timestamp. The number of likes, so the likes count, and also the retweet count. So it's going to be of type int. And the last property is going to be the comment count, right? So I'll just repeat that over here. So we need to create a final field in the constructor as well, right? So here I'll generate a JSON serialization over here, right? So it's basically an extension that comes with the to map, from map to JSON, and also from JSON method, right? So it's an extension. I think it's called that data class generator. Yeah, there it is. So you can just install that. So when it creates a model and it generates JSON serialization, it comes with to map, from map to JSON, and also from JSON, right? So it's really handy. So let's fix the error over here, right? So we need to pass in the ID, the sender name, the sender profile image URL, the message itself, the timestamps over here, the likes count over here, and also the retweet count, and the comment count as well. So that's it. Let's save any changes. So basically the extension is really handy. It comes with the to map, from map to JSON, and also from JSON, right, with just a single click. So below this, I'm going to be having a list of thread messages, right? That's just a sample, right? A sample list of thread messages. So it comes with the ID, the sender name, the sender profile image URL, the message, timestamp, likes count, comments count, and also the retweet count. So I just create a sample of a list of it. So I'll be getting rid of these thread messages, right? So let's center the image as well. So I'll wrap it within a center widget. So below here, I'll be returning a list view builder, right? So the list view builder comes with the item builder. And the item builder is basically a function that is in the context and also the index and returns a widget, right? And also the list view builder takes in the item count, and that's going to be from our thread message length, right? So within the item builder, we need to return our thread message. Oh, sorry, the name conflicts with it, so I will rename this thread message to thread message widget, right? So it will differ from our model. So I can just return this thread message widget, right? So within the thread message widget over here, I'll be creating an instance of our thread message model, right? So funnel thread message, that's our model. Then I'll create a variable that's the message. So let's require that in the constructor as well. There you go. So we need to pass the message to the thread message widget over here, and that's going to be from our thread message. Then we access the index. So within our thread message widget, let's get rid of the image over here and return the circle avatar, right? So the circle avatar comes with a background image. So in here we specify network image. We want to access the image online, right? We'll be hitting a particular endpoint, API endpoint that gets us a random image, and that's the dice bear, avatar dice bear, and this is the API endpoint, https:/avatar.dicebear.com/API/avatar. Notice here the avatar is AAA/ the message.sender name. So this basically comes with a unique avatar for each sender, right? And let's set the background color of this avatar to colors.white. There you go. Okay, so in here, this extension of this image is going to be PNG, right? So we need to fix that. There you go. So let's set a shrink wrap to true and saving the changes and hot restart. There you go. You can see the effect. You can see avatar has been generated for each thread message post, right? So in here we need to change the default name to as message.sender name, right? And also the default message to our message.message. Let's get rid of the cons in here. There you go. So below here I'll be creating a function that will be returning a string, right? So this basically gets the time difference for us, right? So I'll be creating a time difference function. So we need to pass in the timestamp. So I'll create a variable now, and that's basically going to get our current date for us, right? So it's going to be datetime.now. And also I'll be creating a difference variable over here. And also the difference variable basically takes the now, which has a difference method on it, and we are going to pass in our timestamp, right? So that basically calculates the difference for us. So let's check the state of our difference, right? So if our difference dot in minutes is less than 1, meaning there was just a post, right? So we are going to return a string of just now. Else if our difference dot in hours, right? If that is also less than 1, we are going to return our difference in minutes. Then we pass in our minutes to it. There you go. Else if our difference in days is also less than 1, we are basically going to return our difference in hours. Then we attach the hour. So the default case is going to be the days, right? We are going to return our difference in days. Then we pass in the day. So this is basically the function that will get a time difference for us, right? So within where I'm returning the time, right, I'll be returning our function that will get a time difference. We need to pass in the message dot timestamp, right? Let's get rid of the cons in here and save in the changes. You can see over here the effect 42 minutes, 37 minutes, right? So that's basically it. Within our home screen, right, let's move into our set screen and proceed from here. So let me get rid of this center widget, right? So let's start with the safe area view from being at the notch area, right? So the safe area view takes in the column. So the column requires the children. In here you can specify multiple widgets over here. So the first widget is going to be our test widget, right? So in here we need to pass in a test of search, as you can see over there. So let's start our test, right? So with the start attribute, we can provide it a test style. So let's provide it a font size of 26 and also bolding our test as well. First of all, let's wrap the column within a padding and apply it to all sides, a value of 20, and saving the changes. So let's bold in our text from here. So font weight dot bold. There you go. So below the text is going to be a container, right? That's going to be our search field, right? So let's provide the container a width, right? And the width is going to be our double dot infinity. So that basically takes the width of the entire screen, right? And the height is going to be 35. So let's rename the sizable to container. So decoration comes with the box decoration. In here you can specify color over here, and the color is going to be colors.gray. It's going to be 300. So let's save in the changes. There we go. As you can see, the effect over here. So let's set the main axis alignment of the column to be main axis alignment.start, right? So let's wrap the container within a padding widget. So the padding is only going to affect the top, a value of 12. So let's save in the changes over here. Let's proceed to give a border radius to the container, right? So border radius dot circular. Then we pass in a value of 12. So the child of the container is going to be a text form field, right? That's our input. So it takes in the decoration, which is going to take in an input decoration. So within the input decoration, let's provide a hint text, more or less like a placeholder, right? So the hint text is going to be search. And also let's give it a border, right? And that's going to be an input border dot none. We don't want any border around it. Search input. Let's proceed to provide it a preface icon, right? So it requires an icon. The icon is going to be the search icon. There you go. So let's wrap the padding within a widget known as the single child scroll view to make the page scrollable, right? So in here I'll be creating a stateless widget, right? That's going to return suggested followers, right? So below the search input, you're going to have a list of suggested followers for you to follow or show you the one you're already following, right? So that's going to be a stateless widget over here called suggested follower widget. It's going to return a list style. So I need to provide a suggested follower widget below the padding over here so you can actually see what's going on. So let's save in the changes. So within the list style, testing the leading, right? The leading expect the widgets, and I'm going to provide the circular avatar, right? As you can see the effect over there. It also takes in the title. The title is going to be a test widget with a person's name. There you go. And also the subtitle, right? And that comes beneath the title. So with the subtitle, let's provide it a test widget as well. That's basically going to be the person's user's name. And also with the trailing, let's specify a row widget, right? The trailing place the icon or the widget at the very end within the list style, right? So within the row, let's provide a container and let's set the alignment to be alignment dot center, right? We are going to center the child of the whatever is found within the container. Oops. So let's give the container a width and height property, right? So with the width, let's set it to 110 and a height of 35. So let's set the main as a size to be main as a size dot main, right? To get rid of the errors. So with the creation of this container, this in the box decoration. So in here we need to provide a border, right? That's going to be border.all. And we'll be providing a color, and the color is going to be colors.gray. There you go. Let's give it a border radius. So border radius was circular, then passing the value of 8. There you go. So basically the chart of this container is going to be a test widget, right? That indicates whether you are following the person or you are being a follow, right? There you go. So we can have multiple of these suggested followers over here, right? So when you save the change, you can see the effect over here. So as usual, let's proceed to create a model for these suggested follower widgets, right? So first of all, let's wrap the list style within a column and provide a divider. So each list style comes with a divider that separates the list style, as you can see. So let's provide some height over here, right? So with the size box, we can give it a height property. Let's set the height to 20. There you go. And also the main axis alignment needs to be changed to cross axis alignment, right? So the search text can be placed at the very end. Sorry, at the very beginning. So let's proceed to create the model for the suggested follower. So I'll create a file within the model folder. And I'm going to name this file as the suggested follower.dat. That's where we're going to create a suggested follower. So it's basically going to be a class. The class name is going to be suggested follower. So within the class, we'll be accessing the ID. That's going to be of type string. The username, and also the profile. Yeah, the profile image URL. And also it's following, right? That basically switch between whether they are following the person or you are yet to follow the person. Yeah, so let's record that in the constructor as well and generate a JSON serialization, right? So let's fix the error over here, right? So we need to pass in the ID, the username, the profile image URL, and also the is following. So basically it's following. The return type of this is going to be Boolean, right? That's basically true or false. So let's fix that. So below that, I'm going to have a list of suggested followers, right? That comes with a unique ID, username, profile image URL, and its following property. So in here, I can just create an instance of the suggested follower over here, right? That's going to be final suggested follower. Then we create the follower. Let's require that in the constructor as well. So with the circle avatar, we generate a unique avatar for each follower, right? So we'll be accessing the image from online. So with the network image, you can pass in the API endpoint where you want to access the image, right? So I'll be doing that quick over here. So to generate a unique avatar for each flower, you access the username of that flower, and that will generate a unique avatar for each flower. Let's get rid of the cons in here. So let's provide a background color to this circle avatar, right? And that's going to be colors.white. So let's set the extension of the to PNG. Let's get rid of this suggested flower, right? So we are going to spread out the suggested flower and map, right? We're going to have a single flower. So and for each flower, you'll be returning the suggested flower. So that's basically it. Then we need to pass in the flower. So let's save in the changes over here. There we go. You can see. Let's convert that to a list. There we go. You can see it's pretty much working as expected, right? So in here, let's change the name over here to be follower.username, and also the subtitle to be follower.username.lowercase. So to know whether the person you are following the person or you are here to follow the person, right? You are going to base on the follower dot is following, right? So if you are following, you are going to return a test of following. So we'll be returning a test of following, else we'll be returning a test of follow, right? So follower dot is following is basically a boolean that can be true or false. So if true, then we'll be returning the following, else we'll be returning the follow. So let's save in the changes. There you go, as you can see the effect. So let's start the following text, right? So if you're following, you're going to give it a color of gray, right? So with the text style, you provide a color, and the color is going to be colors.gray. There you go. I think that's pretty much it. Yeah. So we are down the free screen, set screen. Let's move on to the post screen, right? So basically the post screen is going to pop up a sliding up panel, right? So I'll add a dependency known as the sliding up panel, right? So Flutter pop add sliding up panel. There we go. So once we have a dependency being added, let's create an instance of the sliding up panel controller. Yeah. So we'll be having our panel controller. So the body of the scaffold is going to return the panel controller. And the panel controller takes in the controller, where you pass in our panel controller. And also let's set the main height to be 0. And also the max height, right? So the max height is going to be 80% of the screen, right? So we use the media query.offcontext.size.height. Then you multiply that by 0.8. And that basically takes 80% of the screen height. So let's provide a border radius, right? So border radius dot only, right? Then you pass in the top left. It's going to be radius dot circular, a value of 25. And also the top right, that's where we want to apply those rounded corners. Top right is going to be radius dot circular, a value of 25. Oops. You also need to pass in the panel builder, right? That's basically a function that takes in the scroll controller. pro controller. So in here, we'll be returning a post screen. There we go. So below it, there's the body of the sliding panel is going to be the pages of our selected index. There we go. So within on tab, right, let's check for the index of 2. That's where we are going to put and pop up the sliding panel. So if our index is equal to 2, you call the panel controller and check for its panel open. So if its panel is open, I'm going to return the panel controller.close. Else, I'm going to return panel controller.open, right? That's going to affect only the index of 2. Else, we are going to set state and assign our index to the selected index. Let's save in the changes. So that's basically the function for popping up the panel, right? So in here, let's set the panel controller to close if you are not at index at 2, right? So you can see the effect over here, right? There we go. So the next step is to work within the post screen, right? So we are going to return a column over here, right? And the column, as usual, takes in the children, right? So in here, we'll be having a row. The row is going to take in the children that aligns its widget horizontally. So we are going to have a text button with an on press and also the child. And the child is also going to take in a text, right? And the text of the text button is going to be cancel. So that functionality will just pop off the panel controller. So let's wrap the column within the padding of all size 8. So let's style the cancel by changing the color of the cancel text to colors.black and saving the changes. There we go. And also let's bold in the text as well. So below the text button, or next to the text button, is going to be a text of a new thread. There we go. So let's proceed to start the test as well. Font weight of bold. Now, so let's provide a font size of 17. Let's save in the changes. So with the row, let's set the main axis alignment to be main axis alignment or space between. There we go. So next to a text with the new thread is going to be a text button that will handle the functionality in posting the text, right? There we go. It's looking pretty much cool. So let's wrap the row within a pattern. The pattern is going to be symmetric, right? So with the horizontal, let's give it a pattern of 8. That will affect the left and right. So below the pattern is going to be a divider widget, right? And passing a thickness of 1. Let's save in the changes over here. There we go. So below that, we are going to have a row with the children, right? And in there, we are going to have a circle avatar with a foreground image, right? And the foreground image is going to be an asset image from our directory, right? And the path of this asset image is profile.png. So let's save in the changes. There you go. So let's increase the radius of the circle avatar, right? So let's set that to 25. So below the circle avatar is going to be a size box where it's going to be width. Let's rather set a width to 14. And below that, we are going to have an expanded widget that takes up the available space, right? So the chart of this expanded widget is going to be a column with the children. So in here, we are going to have a text, right? That displays the user name over here. So with the column, let's set the cross-axis alignment to be cross-axis alignment of start. And saving the changes. There we go. So let's style the username by bordering the text. So we set the font weight to font weight.bold. So below that is going to be another text. Sorry, it's going to be a text form field, right? That's the input. So with the input, let's pass a decoration. It's going to be an input decoration, right? So let's set some hint text. The hint text is going to be start a thread. So let's provide it a hint style, right? That basically takes in the text style. And let's set the font size to be 14. And let's get rid of the underline input border, right? So with that, let's set the input border to be input border.none. There we go. You can see. So that's basically it, where you can actually post. So in here, let's set the main axis alignment to be main axis alignment dot start. There you go. So let's wrap the row within a padding, right? And this padding is only going to affect the top, a value of 8. 12 rather. There you go. And that's pretty much it. In here, we need to set the max line to be null so we can have the test wrapping up. So let's add the functionality to the cancel button, right? So within our home, we need to pass in the panel controller to the post screen, so we can use that within the post screen, right? So it's not going to be const anymore. I need to add the name parameter over there. Also need to be doing same over here and get rid of the const. You are solving an error. The instant member panel controller can be accessed in an initializer. Okay, so I'll just grab all these pages, right? So initially it's going to be an empty array, and within an init state over here, right, we are going to initialize the pages with this list of pages, right? So with that, we can get rid of the errors. So let's try to import the screens as well. There you go. Let's save in the changes. I think we don't have any more error. So let's require this dot panel controller, And let's create a variable to hold the panel controller as well. So with the cancel button within the onPress, we're going to set the widget dot panel controller dot close. So this the function that basically close the panel. So when you click, you can see the effect over there. So starting with the profile screen, let's wrap the scaffold within a widget, and the widget is the default tab controller, right? We want to have 3 tabs, right? So we need to provide the default tab controller length, and the length is going to be 3. So let's save in the changes. So in here, the body of the scaffold is going to be a safe area, right? So this basically prevents it from being at the notch area. So let's get rid of the center over here and return a column. So the column takes in the children, which is an array. So in here, we're going to return a list style over here, and the list style takes in the title. So with the title, it's going to be a test widget that specifies the user's name. So I'm going to provide the name over here. And also, it also takes in the subtitle, right? And that comes beneath the title. It's going to take a test widget as well. That's basically going to be the user's handle. There you go, as you can see over there. So let's provide some content padding, right? So let's reset it to 0, back to default. And also let's provide the trailing, right? And this place the widget at the very end within the list style. So the trailing is going to be the circle avatar, and I'm going to provide it a background image. That's going to be from our assets folder. So assets/profile.png. There you go. So let's wrap the column within a padding, and this padding is going to affect all size, right? So edge insert.all and provide a value of 30. There you go. So let's give radius to the circular avatar of 25 to increase it a bit. So below the list style is going to be a text, right? And that text is going to be for the bio, right? So I'll provide a sample text over here. So bio needs to be here. So let's set the cross-axis alignment of the column to be cross-axis alignment dot start. There you go. And also below the bio is going to be another text that show the number of followers of the user. So let's wrap that text within a padding, and this padding is only going to affect the top size, right? We want to provide some enough spacing between the bio, so a top of 15. So let's start the number of followers. So with the star attribute, we can provide it a text style, right? So let's change the color of the text to gray. There you go. So below that, you are going to have a row of 2 buttons, right? So let's provide a row over here, and the row takes in the children. That's an array where you can specify widgets, right? So this is going to be our custom button. So we start with a container widget. Let's get rid of the cons in here and save in the changes. So within the container, let's provide it a width. The width is going to be 150, and the height as well, a height of 30. And the decoration, which in turn takes in the box decoration. So within the box decoration, you can give it a border, right? And the border is going to affect all size. So border.all, then we pass in the color, and we want a gray outline border. So colors.gray, as you can see over there, right? So let's give some rounded corners to this border. So with the border radius, you can provide it a border. So let's wrap the row within a padding to give it space, right? So this padding is only going to affect the top size, a value of 15. So let's provide it a border radius to have that round shape. So the border radius attribute is going to be border radius dot circular, then passing a value. So let's save in the changes. So the child of the container is going to be a test widget, right? The test is going to be edit profile. There you go. So the container takes in the alignment property, right? So you can set the alignment to be center and center a child. There you go. So you can wrap the container within a widget, right? And the widget is going to be inkwell that behaves as a button and has an on tap property on it. So we can provide it an on tap. That's going to be the function that gets called when the button is pressed. So we need the similar button next to this, right? So I'll just copy it over here and repeat the same thing, changing the text over here to share profile. There you go. So within the row, you can set the main axis alignment to be main axis alignment of space around, so you can have space around the button. So below the padding is going to be a sizer box to have enough space, right? So I'll provide a height value of 25. And also below that, you're going to have a tab bar, right? That is in the tabs, which is an array. Oops. So the tabs expect a tab widget, right? And the tab takes in the text. So our first tab is going to be our thread. I'll repeat it 2 more times. The second one is going to be the replies. And the third one is going to be the repost. So let's get rid of the cons in here. So the tab actually takes in a text argument, right? So you need to provide a text which is of type a string, right? So let's do that. There you go. Let's save in the changes. So below the tab bar is going to be an expanded widget, right? That's going to show the 3 tabs. So we are going to return a tab bar view and testing the children, right? So in here we need to pass in 3 widgets, right? That will represent the thread, replies, and also the repost as a screen, right? So I'll be starting with a center of a test. Your trace here. So I'll repeat this 2 more times. Let's refresh it so you can see the thread over there, right? So within the tab bar, we can actually set the label color to be black, so you can actually see it over there. So you can set the colors that's black. There you go. And also we need to change the indicator color to black as well. So with the indicator color, you can also change it to black. There you go. It's looking pretty much cool. So you can actually change the text over here to replies and also to repost. I think that's pretty much it. How cool is it? So you can actually start building for each screen, right? For the threads and also. So the thread is going to be the thread you've just started. So with the profile screen, that's actually the activity screen, right? Let's proceed from there. So I'll be doing something similar by wrapping the scaffold within the tab, default tab controller. That is in the length. So with the length over here, I'll pass in the length of 3 because you are going to have 3 tabs. And also you need to provide a app bar widget, right? So within the app bar, first of all, let's set the elevation to 0. Give some background color to be colors.white, and also provide it a title, right, with a test of activity. So let's save in the changes. You can't naturally see it over there, right? Let's try to start the test. So with a style attribute, you can provide it a text style. So let's set the color to black. There you go, as you can see over there. So the app bar takes in the bottom, right? That's where we are going to specify our tabs. So I'll provide it a preferred size widget, and to require the preferred size, and that's going to be our size dot from height, and you pass in an app bar dot preferred size dot height, and that's it. It also expects a child, and the child is going to be a container, right? So this is basically going to be a custom tabs. So I'll start with the container over here. So with the container, let's provide it a height. The height is going to be 44. And also let's provide it a child. So with the child, let's start with a tab bar, right? And the tab bar takes in the tabs. That's basically an array use. So it expects at least two or more tabs. So within the tab bar, you can give it the tabs. So let's set the label color to be colors.white. So within the tabs, it expects a tab widget, right? So with the tab widget, you can provide it a text. And the first text is going to be all. So it's basically involve the all activities. That's a string. So I'll actually repeat it 2 more times. The second one is going to be the follows, and also the third one is going to be the replies. So let's restart and see. Okay, so let's work on that. You can actually see the text. So within the tab bar, you can just set the unselected label color to be black, so you can see it over there. There you go. And also the indicator is going to be based on box decoration. So within that, you can set a border radius. To border radius dot circular. So let's pass in a value of 10. And also let's provide it a color. The color is going to be colors.black. So let's get rid of the cons in here and save in the changes. As you can see, the changes over there. It's looking pretty much good. We want an outline gray color when it's unselected, right? So let's do that. So let's change. Actually, we need to change the size of the box to container so we can have the padding attribute on it. So with the padding, going to be edge inset dot symmetric. That is in the horizontal, and this padding affects the left and right. So with the horizontal, let's provide it a value of 15, and also the vertical is going to be 5. There you go. So I'll be creating a variable over here, right? And that's going to be our current index tab. So initially it's going to be our first one, so I'll set it to 0. So the tab are in the on tab, right? So with the on tab, with the callback function, we pass in the index. We'll be accessing the index over here, and we use the set state to update our current tab index. So with our current index tab, we can just assign the index, current index on that. So let's save any changes. So I'll be wrapping the tab within a widget, a container widget. And the container is going to have a width of double.infinity, a decoration with this in the box decoration. So let's get rid of the constant here. Provide it a border, right? It's going to be border.all. And the border color is going to be based on our current index tab. If that is equal to 0, that's the first one. I'm going to assign it a colors.transparent. Else, you are going to give it a gray color. There you go. So let's set the border radius to border radius the circle and provide it a value of 8. As you can see, they fit over there. So we'll actually be repeating for the other two as well. So I'll just grab that and repeat it 2 more times. So we need to change in the text over here. So we actually need to change the current index tab, right? So here is going to be 1 and 2. There we go. How cool is this? So let's proceed to give each tab a screen, right? So that's going to be found within the body. So it's not going to be a center anymore. It's going to return the tab bar view that is in the children, where you can specify the 3 screens over here. So the children is basically an array that expects a widget. Oops, actually it expects 3 widgets to be within the tab bar view because we give it a length of 3. So within the children. So for now, let's start with a test widget to host the widget, right? So here's going to take in the test of all for the all widget. All tab. So I'll repeat it 2 more times. The second one is going to be for the follows. No, so the last one is going to be for the replies. So I'll be adding screens to it. So let me refresh it over here. There we go, as you can see. So let's wrap it within a center widget so it can be centered. There we go. How cool is this? So you can actually start building for each screen over here. So let me do a quick something over here. So the all screen is basically going to be something similar to the suggested followers. So I'll just bring that over here. So I'll change the text over here to nothing to see here yet. Right, so I'll just start to build up the all screen, right? So it's similar to the suggested followers. So I'll move into my search screen within my screen folders. So basically we will spread up our suggested followers and do something similar over here. So the first widget is going to return the column that is in the children, where you can spread out our suggested followers over here. So let's try to import that. And also bring in our suggested follower widgets. So let's grab that. There we go. As you can see, perfect. So let's actually wrap the tab bar view within a padding widget, and this padding is only going to affect the top size. A value of 20. There we go. I think that's pretty much it. So that's the profile screen, the activity screen as well. So this is the end of this part. In this session, we will use Firebase to implement the functionality to post a thread message. So the text button over here is going to handle the functionality in posting the thread message, right? And also the text form field here will be taken in the controller, right, for handling the user's input. So I'll start by creating a variable controller over here. So for now, the variable name is going to be the message controller, and that's going to be a text editing controller. So once we have that, we can pass the message controller to the text form field, right? So with the controller argument, we can pass in the message controller. There you go. So let's proceed to handle the thread post message as well, right? So I'll be creating the function over here. That's going to be future of type void. And the function name is going to be post thread message. It's going to be an asynchronous as well, right? So within the function, we're going to have try and catch block, right? The try is going to handle the successful execution of posting of our thread, and within the catch block, we'll handle the errors. So first of all, let's check if our message controller.test is not empty, right? We don't want to post an empty message. So if our message controller.test is not empty, we await, then we use our Firebase firestore.instance.collection, right? So in here, the collection name is going to be threads. So firebase.instance.collection of threads, then we add replacing an object, right? So what are the things we want to save in here, right? First of all, we are going to save in the ID over here, and the ID will be coming from our current user. So let's bring in our current user over here, and that's going to be final current user. So we can access our current user from our Firebase auth.instance.current user. There we go. We can then pass in our current user.uid. Let's check for the null over here. We also want to save the field of the sender, right? So we need the sender name. So I also create a variable to hold the sender name over here. That's going to be of type string. The variable name is going to be the username. So initially it's going to be an empty string. Then you can pass the username to the sender. And also the actual message as well, right? So the actual message, you can access it from our message controller.test. And also, lastly, the timestamp. So the timestamp is going to be from our field value .server timestamp. There you go. So that's basically it. If you have successful posting of this message, you can just proceed by clearing the message controller, right? And also dispose of our panel controller. So widget.panelcontroller.close. So within our catch block, we can withdraw the error over here. There you go. So the username wouldn't be an empty string, right? So we'll be creating a function that will get us the username. That's going to be of type future. So the function name is going to be get current username. So that's basically going to loop through our users collection and retrieve the name so that we can just update the username over here, right? So within that, we're going to have try and catch block over here. So within the try block, we'll be creating a variable of user document. Then we await, move into our Firebase firestore.instance.collection. This time around, we move into the collection of our users. We move into the users collection. .doc. Then we need to pass in the current user ID. .get, right? So this will basically get as our users document. So within the user doc, we can access the name and also the username, right? So the next step is where we access the username. So if mounted, we are going to set state and update our username, which initially is an empty string over there. So in setting the state, we update the username over here. So we later want to assign the username to be our user doc. Then we access the name field. There we go. And as usual, within the catch block, we can just withdraw the error. So let's proceed. So you can just, within an init state, right, that's where you're going to call the get current username function. So once the app runs, that's the first thing that it will do by getting us the current username, right? So you need to pass in the get current username. And that will update the username over there. So let's update the name over here, right? It's not always going to be code with aqua. So first of all, let's pass in our post thread message function to the button over here, right? And that'll handle our functionality in posting the thread. For now, let's maintain this username since we don't have the user's profile pic within the Firebase, right? So let's update the username by passing the username. As you can see it gets updated over there. Everything is successful. Let's start our test font field, right? So with the star attribute, you can provide a test star. So let's reduce the font size a bit. So with the font size, let's provide it a value of 14. Let's save in the changes. There we go. That looks cool. I think that's pretty much it. We can just proceed to post a message, right? So this is my first message, or this is my first post, right? So post. There we go. We wouldn't see that yet, right? So when we move it into our collection over here and reload, we can see we have a new collection, right, known as the trace. So we move into the trace collection. You can access the ID over here, the message, the sender, and also the timestamp. How cool is that? So let's try one more. It works here. So post. There we go. You can see we have another one being added over here, right? So let's retrieve our data from our Firebase, right? So that's the next step. So within our feed screen, that's what we're going to be doing. So in here, we need to bring in our thread collection, right? So that's going to be from our collection reference, and the variable name is going to be our thread collection. So we can access that from our Firebase Firestore, right? That's our database. So Firebase firestore.instance.collection, then move into our thread collection. So this will get our threads first. So let's wrap the list view builder within a stream builder, right? So the stream comes with the stream and also the builder. The stream is going to listen to a function. That's where we provide it our thread collection .snapshot, right? That will get us a copy of that. And also the builder comes with the context and also the snapshot. So in here, let's check for the state of the snapshot. If snapshot.has data, or if snapshot.connection state is equal to connection state dot waiting, right? So if it's in waiting mode, we can actually return a circular progress indicator, right? So let's enter that, right? And the chart of the center is going to be a circular progress indicator. Else if our snapshot dot has error, we also want to display that. So if our snapshot dot has error, you'll be doing something similar by returning a center widget with a chart of a test displaying the error. There you go. So the default case, we can just get our messages from our snapshot data, right? So snapshot.data gets us the data. So snapshot.data.docs. Let's provide another check over there. So within the item builder of here, we can just extract our message data from our messages, looping through its index. So first of all, let's create an instance of our message, right? And that's going to return a thread message. For now, let's comment out the likes, the retweets, and also the count over here, right? We'll be implementing that sooner. So I'll also be commenting on these examples, right? So we'll be having only the ID, the sender name, the profile, and the message. So in here, you can just refactor that. So with the ID, you can just first of all, let's create the message data, right? You can just get the message data from our messages. Then we will look through our index, right? So messages of its index dot data, and that's going to be of map of string and dynamic. So once we have our message data, you can just pass in our message data over here. Then we access the ID field. We're doing something similar with the sender name. We access our sender and also our sender profile image URL. For now, we don't have that in our Firebase yet, right? Our database, so we can just use a constant image from our assets folder. So the message is going to be from our message data. Then we access the message field. So with the timestamp, let's check for some state over here, right? So I'll create a variable of a timestamp. So initially, we are going to assign a date time of now. Yeah. So in here, let's check the state of our timestamp, right? So if our message data will contain the timestamp, and also if our message data of that timestamp is not equal to now, then we can proceed to update our timestamp variable. So we can update our timestamp variable. So we can set our timestamp to be our message data. Then we access our timestamp over here, and that's going to be as timestamp. Then we convert it to a date. There we go. So we can just pass in our timestamp to the timestamp over here. There we go. So in here, we just will be returning the message instance. And the item count is going to be from our messages length, right? So let's change that. And let's save in the changes. There we go. Oops. The error is coming from trying to retrieve our image, right? Oh, my bad. The error is actually coming from, I didn't spell the asset right. So there's S. So let's hot restart. There we go. You can see our two messages. Let's try it one more. So you can subscribe if you find it to be useful. Post. Yeah, you can see just now. Subscribe if you find this to be useful. How cool is that? So let's proceed with our profile screen and update the necessary stuffs over here, right? So within our post screen, we'll be doing something similar, right? We want the current username, right? So I'll just grab that, and within our profile screen, I'll just paste that in here. Bring in our Firestore. You also need our current user as well, and also the username over here, right? So I'll just grab them over here. Import our Firebase authentication. I'll be creating one variable as well, and that's going to get us our full name. So initially, there's going to be an empty string over here. And let's rename this function to fetch user data, right? You'll be fetching the username and the full name as well. So you can update the full name field, right, by accessing the name within our user doc. There we go. So let's proceed to create a function, right, that will fetches our thread messages, and this thread message is going to be for only the current user, right? So it's going to be a stream of list of thread messages. And we are going to name this function as fetch user trace. So within that, we can actually return our trace collection, right? So we move into our Firebase collection of trace. Then we filter where the sender is equal to the full name, right? So we can just get the trace that's related to only the current user. So if our sender is equal to the full name, the snapshot, then we loop through, right? We are going to get an individual snapshot over here, and for each snapshot, you can actually return a snapshot and also loop through. So snapshot.docs.map, we get a single document over here, and can just create a message data variable to access the data. That's going to be from our doc.data, and also our timestamp is going to be from our message data. Then we access the timestamp field over here. Then we convert it to date. Then we can later on return our thread messages, right? So we need to pass in all these fields. So the ID will actually be coming from our doc.id. And also the sender name will be coming from our message data. Then we access the sender. The profile image URL is going to be constant as well. We will deal with that. And also the messages over here is going to be from our message data. Then we access the message field. Then we pass in the timestamp. So we need to convert this to a list, since the return type is going to be a list of thread messages. So look through our collection, filter where the sender is equal to the full name, and also return our thread message passing in the sender name and all those information. So the first tab view is going to return our threads, right? So in here we'll be returning our stream builder, that is in the stream, and also the builder. So the builder, as usual, is basically a function that is in the context, and also the snapshot. So the snapshot is what actually holds the data and returns a widget. So the stream is going to listen to a function that's going to be from our user fetch user trace function, right? So it's not going to be of future, it's going to be of stream. What's causing there? Function mark async must have. Let's get rid of the async over here and saving the changes. So let's get rid of the const. It's not going to be constant anymore. So within our builder, we are going to return, first of all, let's check for the state of the snapshot. If snapshot dot has data, that's when we get our data back, right? You can just create a variable known as the user thread and assign the snapshot.data to our user thread. Then we can proceed to return a list view builder, right? That comes with the item builder. That's also a function that takes in the context and also the index. So with the item builder, it also takes in the item count. That's going to be from our user thread.length, the length of our user thread. And also within the item builder, we'll be returning, first of all, let's grab the message data over here. And that's going to be from our user thread, then we pass in our index, right? We loop through and pass in our index. And also be accessing, be creating an instance of our message over here, right? So that comes with the ID. We pass in our message data.id and also the sender name. Do something similar over there. This profile picture is going to be message data dot, and also the message is going to be message data dot message. Then we pass in our message data dot timestamp as well. I think that's pretty much it. So we need to return the thread message widget, right? So you can just pass in the message. There we go. So this when our snapshot has data, right? So let's check for the other state. If it has error, we need to display something else. So else if our snapshot dot has error, you can actually return the error. So the default case is going to return a circular progress indicator if you don't have our data back, and if you're not having an error, meaning it's in progress, right? So we can just return our circular progress indicator over here. I think that's pretty much it. The body might complete normally. So let's get rid of the else over here. There we go. Let's save in the changes. So let's fetch our user data, right, within an init state method. Right. And so let's proceed to update the username and also the user field, right? So the username is going to be our username, and also actually this is supposed to be our username, and the first one is supposed to be the full name. There you go. As you can see the thread post message related to that particular user. How interesting is that? So that's pretty much it. See you in our next tutorial. In today's session, we'll be implementing the functionality to edit a profile, right? So we'll build the edit profile page and implement the functionality to edit a profile. So the edit button here is going to pop up the panel controller where we build up our panel. That's going to be similar to the post screen, right? So the on tab here will be handle the functionality in popping up the panel, right? And to do that, we need to first of all start by creating an instance of the panel controller. So I'll do that in here. So the way you create an instance is going to be a panel controller. Then you create a variable which is panel controller. So this is the way you create an instance of the panel controller, right? So let's wrap the safe area within a widget, right? And let's rename this to sliding up panel. It's going to be sliding up panel, right? That is the body. So we can pass the body in place of the child over here, and also the controller. So with the controller, we pass in the panel controller. So let's proceed by setting the main height, right, to 0, and also the maximum height, right. We want the panel to be 90% of the screen, right. It's going to be media query dot off context dot size dot height, right. That gives us the size of the screen. Then we multiply that by 0.9. That basically the 90% of the screen. So let's save in the changes over here. Oops. So let's give some border radius to the panel controller, right? And this panel, the border radius is only going to affect the top right and also the top left, right? So the top left is going to be radius the circular. Then we pass in the value. The value is going to be 25. We'll be doing same for the top right. Okay, the sliding up panel also takes in the page builder, right? That basically a function that takes in the scroll controller and returns a widget. So within the panel builder, we're going to return the edit profile page, right? Which is not yet created, so I'll be creating it sooner. So in here we'll be returning the edit profile. So let's head towards our screen folder and create a new file. I'm going to name this file as edit profile. So in here I'll be creating a stateful widget, right? And rename that to edit profile. So initially let's return a scaffold. And also the body of this scaffold is going to take in a center widget with a chart as a text displaying the edit profile text. You'll start editing it sooner, right? So once we have that set up within our profile, we can just import our edit profile screen over here. So let's give it a try. To do that, we actually need to pass into the edit profile button, right? So the on press of this on top of this is going to handle the functionality in popping the panel, right? And we need to check whether the panel is open or not. So I'll create a state variable at the top, and it's going to be of a Boolean type. So the variable name is going to be is panel open. So initially we're going to assign a false value, right? So the return type of this is going to be Boolean. So in here we check whether the panel is open. If it's panel open, then we can make use of our panel controller to close the panel. So panel controller.close, else panel controller.open. So that's basically the functionality in popping and closing the panel. So let's give it a try. There you go, as you can see. So let's start working within our edit profile page, right? It's going to be similar to the post screen, right? You are going to have the header over there. So I'll just move into my post screen and grab the code over there, starting from the padding, so we can make the necessary changes. So in here I'll get rid of the scaffold and replace it with the code. So let's start by making the necessary changes. So let's comment this out. And also the on press of this function is going to be set to this. And below the divider, I'm going to get rid of all this code. Alright. So let's save any changes and check it out. There you go. This is what we need. So let's rename the new thread to edit profile. and also the post to done. So let's save in the changes. So once you have that, you can start building our edit profile page, right? So below the divider is going to be an expanded widget with a child of it center. So in here we'll be starting with the container widget over here. So let's give the container a width, and the width is going to be double dot infinity. That takes the entire width of the screen. So let's provide a height. The height is going to be 3/4. And also it is in the decoration where you can specify a box decoration. So within the box decoration, you can provide it a border. So the border is going to be border.all. That is in the color. And you specify the color to be gray and give it a width. The border width to be 0.5. As you can see over there. So let's wrap the container within a pattern widget to give enough space around. So this pattern is going to affect all size, a value of 12. And let's give it a border radius as well. So border radius dot circular. Then we pass in a value of 15. There you go. So the chart of the container is going to be a column, and the column takes in the children. In here we can specify a list of widgets over here, right? So we are going to start with the lister. So the lister takes in the title, and the title is going to be a text widget over here. So in here the text is going to display the name field, as you can see over there. So we want a text below the name field, right? So the lister takes in the subtitle, so we provide it a text. So in here we need to give the username over here. There you go. And also the lister also takes in the trailing, right? That places the widget at the very end. So with the trailing, we specify a circle avatar and give some radius to it, radius of 20. So initially, let's assign some image to this circle avatar, right? So with the background image, you can provide it an asset image, right? And this asset image is going to be from our asset directory. So the name of the image is going to be profile.png. Oops. So it actually needs to be from our assets directory / the name. That's profile.png. So let's hot restart. There we go. So below the lister is going to be the divider that will separate. So we also be having a list style over here, right, below the divider. So I'll grab this list style and make the necessary changes, right? So this is going to deal with the bio. So the title will be changed to the bio, and also the subtitle is not going to be a text anymore. It's rather going to be a text form field, right? An input for the user to enter, update his or a bio. So with the decoration of the text form field, it's going to be an input decoration, right? So let's specify the border. So we don't want any border, right? So it's going to be input border.none. And also let's get rid of the trailing widget over there, so you can see our inputs. So let's also provide some hint text over there. So you can just start with any text, but it needs to be here. This is kind of like a placeholder. And also let's provide some hint style and reduce the hint text, right? So you can provide it a font size of 14. Good. So we also need a divider to separate this list style. We also need one more list style with a divider as well, right? And that's going to be for our link, the user's link, if you want to update the link, right? So the hint text is going to be my YouTube link, serving as a placeholder over there. So you can feel free to change the text over there. There you go. That looks cool. So below that is going to display whether our profile should be private or not, right? So we are going to start with a row. The row is in the children. We want to align these widgets horizontally. So the first widget is going to be the test widget with a test of private profile. Let's save in the changes. There you go. Let's wrap the row within a pattern, and this pattern is going to be symmetric. So with a symmetric, we need to provide it two values, the horizontal and also the vertical. So the horizontal is going to be 12 and to affect the left and right, and also the vertical top and down, the same value as 12. So once we have that, next to the text is going to be the switch widget, right? That's basically the toggle button over there. So the value is going to take in a boolean, so our create a state variable is checked and passing over that. And also the unchained takes in a function that accepts the value. Then we can later on change the value by setting the state. So let me create the state variable over here. So the return type is going to be boolean. Initially I'm going to assign it a false value. So you can, within the unchanged, you can set state. Oops, overflow. So let's set the main as this alignment to be main as this alignment dot space between. That will give enough space between the two widgets. And also let's increase the height of the container, right? So let's set it to 350. Good. So the unchange of this, you can set state and assign the new value to our state variable, right? So we can later on assign the value to our variable is checked. So we can now switch between. We can actually change the color of this toggle button. So with the active color argument, you can change it. So let's change the color to black. So you can set the colors dot black and save in the changes. So when you toggle, you can see the black color. So let's add functionality to make the image clickable, right? So you can do that by wrapping the circle avatar within a widget known as the inkwell. So inkwell comes with the on tab argument. So that's basically going to be the function that gets called when it's clicked. So let's save in the changes. I think we're almost done with the edit profile page. So let's add functionality to the cancel button and also the done button, right? So we need to pass the panel controller to the edit profile page so we can just use that. So I'll just do that in here. So I'll pass the panel controller So in here we need to require that within our edit profile. So in our edit profile, we are going to require this.panel controller. Then we create an instance over here. So we can make use of this panel controller by calling widget.panelcontroller.close. So now the cancel functionality now works. So let's give it a try. There we go. So you can now cancel the panel. So let's start to create the user model, right? So in here we're going to have a class of user model. So what are the attributes of this user, right? So we are going to access the name over here, the username, the profile pic, the bio, and also the link as well. So let's rename that. They are all going to be of type string. The profile image URL. So this is going to be null. It can be null. And also the bio and the link as well. So let's require that in the constructor. So we can actually generate the JSON serialization over here. So this is basically an extension within the VS Code that comes with to map from map to JSON and also from JSON method. It's really handy. Oh, we forgot to make the bio and also the link null. So this can be null as well. So in here we need to generate this JSON serialization again. So in here you can see it checks for the null over there. So once we have our user model within our profile screen, you can make some necessary changes over here. So let's start by creating a variable. The return type of the variable is going to be stream. It's going to return our user model, and it's going to be named as the user stream. So in fetching our data, it's going to be a stream that returns to us the user model. So in here we'll be doing something similar over here. So let me get rid of this first. And also using the stream, you can just call the snapshot .map. I'm going to loop through the document, right, and return the user model .from map. So you can see it's very handy. You can have the from map and also from JSON. So .from map can pass now doc.data, and that's going to be as map of string and dynamic. So let me get rid of this. You can return this straight away. So that should be it. So basically we are moving through our users collection, passing our ID, current users ID, and looping through the document to get its information. So in here, in fetching the users thread, you need to pass in our user model, right? So in here you can refactor that to user.name. I think that should be it. And also the sender profile image URL, it's going to be user.sender profile image URL. So since that can be null, you can just set a default value over there. So I'll paste this. So you can actually get rid of these two variables. So in fetching of our data, you can use our user stream and store the data we get back within the user stream. Where's the error coming from? Oops, it's supposed to be stream that returns as a user model. Let's get rid of the async over there. Yeah, we're good. So in here, let's wrap the edit profile within a stream builder, right? The object over here is going to return as the user model. We are going to get a user back, right? So the stream is going to listen to a function. That's why you provided our user stream. And also it is in the builder, that is in the context and a snapshot. So the snapshot is what actually holds our data. So in here we can check for the state of the snapshot. If our snapshot dot connection state is equal to connection state dot active, that's when you actually get our data back. You can also check for the snapshot whether it has data. So in here you can just create a user model and access the data within our snapshot. So snapshot.data. So the user model here can be null. So once we have that, we can return our edit profile over here. And we can actually pass in the user to the edit profile. We need the user within our edit profile, so we can pass in the user. So let's add that parameter to that. There you go. So here you can check for the else. We can return a center with a chart as a test that displays no user. So in here, let's check whether our user is not equal to null before passing that to the edit profile page, right? So if our user is not equal to null, you can just return our edit profile, passing in this information. And else we are going to return this. And the default else statement, we can return a circular progress indicator. So if our user is not equal to now, we can just pass an edit profile. I want to return a circular progress indicator. So in here, let's wrap the column within a stream builder as well. And the object in here is going to return our user model. And the stream is going to listen to our user stream. So the snapshot over here is what holds our data, so we can check for the state of the snapshot. So if our connection state is equal to connection state dot active, you can also check whether it has data. So if it's active, you can return the column. So I'll just grab the code in here. So if it's active, you can just return this, right? So here I'll create a variable to hold our data, right? So we create our user over here. Then we assign our snapshot.data to our user. So we can make use of our user variable. So where it displays the full name, we can actually use our user dot name. So here is going to be our user dot username. So let's use the now array operator over here. So in here, it requires one position argument. That's where we can provide it our user as well. So in fetching the trace, we fetch the trace by filtering the user out. And also we need to provide the image as well. So in here, let's check whether the profile image URL is not equal to null. So if our profile image is not equal to null, we can return a circular progress indicator with this background image, right? So the image is no longer going to be from our assets folder. So let's provide an else statement over here, and it's going to be similar to this. So in here we specify it to be our network image. That's why we request it from online. So it expects a string. That's why we provide it our user.profile image URL. That counts as a string. Let's get rid of the cons in here. So if our profile image is not equal to null, we'll be doing this. Else, we also be setting a network image. This time around, we'll be requesting the image from online. That's going to be our default image over here. Default profile image. In case you've not yet set one. So we pass that. So else we'll be returning the circular progress indicator in case our connection state is not active. So let's hot restart. So in here, the sender profile image URL is going to be from our user.profile image URL. So you can get rid of this. So if you don't have that, you can just provide this, the default. Why is it not happening? Oh, actually, we actually requested the image from our asset folder within our. So we need to change that to network image. I think it should work this time around. So let's hot restart. It's not appearing over here. Interesting. Oh, there we go. You can see it over there. It delays. But it seems not to be appearing over here within our feed screen. So I think let's continue to fix that. So let's fix that over here. So within our feed screen, So when you check within our database, you can see the ID of each thread message is linked to a user, right? So you can see, let's search for the other ID that's starting from Z. There you go. You can see this ID is linked to a user, right? So we can just search through our users and get our profile image URL, right? So I'll just repeat that over here and I'll rename this to our user collection. So it's going to be users over here. So here we'll be creating a function that will get our sender profile image URL, right? So basically the return type is going to be a string. So the function name is going to be get sender image URL. That is in the string of an ID. That's where we access it from our thread message. So here we're creating a variable of user dog. We take our user collection .doc, passing in the ID and get. So here we check if our user dog exists. So if user dog.exists, we can actually take our user dog data. That's going to be as map of string and dynamic. So in here we can access the profile image URL field within our user data. So initially we're not having any profile image URL field in that. So that is going to replace it with a default value, right? So in case you set a new one for that, you can actually access that from it. So you can access the profile image URL from our user data. If you don't have it, you put this default value over there. So if our user dog doesn't exist, you can return an empty string, since the return type of it is a string. So let's proceed to add this functionality within the code. So in here we actually need to change this. It's not going to be constant anymore. So we're returning a future build over here. That is in the future and also the builder. So the future is going to listen to the function. So that's where you provide it get sender image URL. That is in the ID. So we can get the access to the ID from our message data. It has an ID field, so we can pass in the ID. And also the builder is a function that takes in the context and also the snapshot. As I said already, the snapshot is what actually holds the data. So within the builder, it actually returns a widget. So I'll just grab this. And saving the changes. So this snapshot data comes with a string. That's the profile image URL, right? So we can just replace. So first of all, let's check for the state of the snapshot. If the snapshot doesn't have data, so opposite of that, you can actually return a test widget of an empty string. Let's also check whether our snapshot has error. So if snapshot.has error, then you can return a test displaying the error. Snapshot.error. It's supposed to be snapshot.has error. So if we get our data back, we can actually pass in our snapshot data to the sender profile image URL field. So snapshot.data. So if you don't have that, you can just provide it a default value. You can see it immediately changes We don't have the profile image URL yet, so once we implement the functionality in setting a new profile, you're going to see it within our database. So let's proceed. So within our edit profile page, let's start rendering some users information over here, right? So the subtitle of this is going to show the username and also the full name of the user, right? So we use widget.user and we can access the name field. It's not going to be constant anymore. So basically we're going to display our user name and also the full name over here into brackets at, then we provide our username. So this is how it's going to look like as you can see over there. So you can see the username and also the name reflecting over here. And also the text form field of this bio text in the controller, right? So that basically handles the user's input. So let's pass in our bio controller. So we've not yet created a variable, so I'll be creating it at the top over there. So find our bio controller, and that's going to be our text editing controller. So let's create one for the link controller as well. So once we have that, we can just pass in the link controller to the link field. I think that's it. So let's install these two dependencies, right? Let's install the Firebase storage. That's where we upload our image and also the image picker. So Flutter pub add Firebase _ storage with a space, and also the other dependency is the image picker. So once we have a successful installation, we can just proceed to use our Firebase storage. So to do that, let's head towards our build over here and choose our storage and get started with the storage. So we can start that in a test mode with the next button, hit on done. There you go. We've added storage to our project. So in here, let's actually start by creating a function and uploading the image to our Firebase. So the function name is going to be upload image, right? It's going to be an asynchronous function. So within that, let's start by creating an instance of the image picker. So final picker is called image picker. So you also create another variable of the picked file, right? This variable is going to hold the image that's being picked. So we await, then we use the picker.pick image. So that is in the source. So the source of this image is going to be from our gallery. So image source dot gallery. So let's check for the state of the pick file. If our pick file is not equal to null, so if our pick file is not equal to null, you can just upload that to Firebase, right? So the way we do that, I'll create a file over here. So the pick file comes in a file format, so we need to pass the pick file path to this file and save it within the file variable. So let's import the .io file library. So I'll also be creating another variable, and this variable is going to be called storage reference. So in here we'll be using our Firebase storage .instance .ref.child. So the child is in the path, right? So you are going to store these images within a directory called profile_images. Then we are going to provide it a unique ID. So the unique ID is going to be based on our current user. Then we access the ID field with the extension of JPG. So in here we need to bring in our current user. So Firebase auth.instance.current user. So we can pass in our user ID. Where is 0 coming from? Actually, we have two users within this file. So I think we have to rename that. So let's rename this user to current user. So you can make use of this current user. It's supposed to be .uid. There you go. So once we've specified the path of storing the image, so you can use try catch block over here. So I'll create a variable of upload. Then I'll take our storage ref and put file, passing in our file variable that holds the image file. So here I'll also be creating a snapshot of the file. So that's going to be awaiting our upload and check when complete. So when complete, you can just get our download URL, right? So we await our snapshot .ref.get download URL. So once we get our downloaded URL, so I'll be creating a variable of profile image URL. So initially it's going to be an empty string over here. So once we get our downloaded URL, we can now set state and assign our profile image URL the downloaded URL. That's from Firebase. So it can be final, so you can just rename that to a string, right? So within the catch block, we can actually debug print the error. So we've now implemented functionality to upload the image, right? So within the init state method over here, since this is our edit profile page, within the init state, we are going to assign the profile image URL. Our user, initially profile image URL of our user to this profile image URL. If you don't have access to that, you can just provide it a default value. You can also set our biocontroller test to be from our widget.user.biocontroller_test. That will grab the test within the profile session. And also we'll be doing the same thing for the link controller. So initially when you click on the edit profile button, it's going to show the bio test and also the link test as well, including the profile image URL. If you don't have that yet, you're going to have an empty space. So let's provide this upload image function. To a button, right? So the image over here is going to, so here we are going to provide the upload image function. So the image is not going to be a constant anymore. So we are going to use the network image and pass in our profile image URL. Let's get rid of the cons in here, saving the changes. You can see it immediately refreshes. Since the user doesn't have any profile image URL yet, it takes the default one. So you can now pick image over here, and you can see it will fillet over there. There you go. So let's proceed to add the functionality in updating the bio and also the link in addition with the profile image URL as well, right? So I'll be creating a function here, and the return type of this function is going to be a void. The name of the function is going to be update user profile, and it's going to be an asynchronous function. So in updating the user profile, we'll be having a try catch block over here. So in here we await our Firebase Firestore dot instance dot collection. So the collection name is going to be our users collection dot doc. Then we pass in our current user UID. Then we'll be setting a new field in addition to what we already have, right? So here we'll be passing in a bio, the bio field, and that's going to be from our bio controller.text. And also we'll be setting the link field. It's also going to be from our link controller.text. And also the profile image URL. You pass in the profile image URL. So next to that, you can just set options with a merge of true. So within the catch block, we can actually debug print the error. So once you have that, we can just pop off the panel. So widget.panelcontroller.close, and you can just print the error in case it fails to update the user profile. So here, let's pass in the function to this done button, right? That will update the user profile. So you can give it a try. So you can see the image we pick over here is going to be within our storage. So you can see the directory with the image we just picked. So we get the downloaded URL field. So once we update, you can see it will come with the bio, the link, and also the profile image URL in addition to the users field. So let's proceed with that functionality. So let's click on the edit profile, try to update, select the friend image for that. So it will update over there. So let's set a bio for that. So you can go with any text updating bio, and also with a link, I'll provide my YouTube link. So if you find this tutorial to be useful, consider subscribing. So once you have, you can just click on done. Oops, there we go. You can see it reflects immediately, right, with the bio, the image, and also the name, right? So the home page is going to reflect accordingly with the image. How cool is that? So when we check within our database, you can see the bio, the link, and also the profile image URL is being added in addition to the username and the name. So this user don't have that details yet, right? So let's show the bio over there. If a user dot bio, so let's use the now aware operator. If you have a bio, we are going to return it. Else we are going to return the default one. You can see it reflects immediately. So now our update works perfect. So we can update our profile. So I'll go with a bio over here. Maintain the link and just hit on done, and boom, it changes accordingly. How cool is that? So in here there's one more change to implement, right? So importing a thread, you need to show the user's information over there. So I'll move into our post screen and we edit this functionality, right? So the return type is going to be our user model, and you're going to rename the function to fetch user data. So in fetching the user data, it's going to be similar, but we get rid of this set state, and we can actually create a user variable and call our user model dot from map. We pass in our user doc dot data. That's going to be as map of string and dynamic. So once you have that, you can actually return the user. So within the init state, let's get rid of this username. I'll be creating a variable to hold the information in fetching the user data, right? So it's going to be fetch user. So the return type is going to be the user model. So you can just update the fetch user by calling the fetch user data. So in here we wrap the column in a stream builder. So we need to rename that to future builder and pass in the user model. So the future is going to listen to a function where we provide it our fetch user function. And in here we check for the state of the snapshot. If it has data, this time around, if it doesn't have data, we're going to return a text of no data. Or we can actually return a circular progress indicator. We can also check if our snapshot dot has error, and you can display the error accordingly. So the default case is going to return this, right? So in here, I'll assign the snapshot data to the user variable over here, so you can make use of the user variable. So in here, the username need to change to user dot, then the username. So let's use a now aware operator. And also the image is not going to be a constant anymore. It's going to be from our network image. Then we pass in our profile image URL. So in here we need to get rid of the const. It's not going to be a constant anymore. And check our now. So let's save in the changes. We are having an error. Okay, so in here, let's actually pass in the username as a parameter and pass that downwards. So we can actually pass in the user dot name. The argument future, let's call that as a function. So let's hot restart and check that out. There we go. So you can actually see the necessary information over here. So within our thread message model, we'll be adding an additional information, and that's we'll be adding a list of likes, right? So this is going to hold the ID of the users, right? So within the thread message, you need to require that in the constructor as well. And also to map method is also going to take in the likes, and from map you need to also make the necessary changes over here. So that's going to be list dot from the map of likes, and that's going to be as likes. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. We can get rid of these comments and saving the changes over here. So this thread message expects likes, right? And we're going to access that from our message data, then pass in the likes. So by default, we're going to provide an empty array over here. So let's proceed with the functionality in liking a thread message and also disliking a thread message, right? So down here, I'll be creating a function. And the function name is going to be like thread message. So in here, it takes in the string of an ID. And it's going to be an asynchronous function as well. Within the like message, we're going to have try catch over here, right? So in here, we take our thread collection .doc, then we pass in the ID, then update the like field. So in updating the likes field, it's going to be likes, then field value dot array union, right? So we'll be storing our user ID since it's unique for individual. So we need to get our current user ID, right? So I'll bring in here for my current user. So we can access our current user from Firebase auth.current user. So I'll create a variable final user ID, and that's going to be from our Firebase auth.instance.current user.uid. So once we have our user ID, you can just provide it within the array union, and that will store the user ID. So within the catch block, we just print out the error. So the backprint error.toString. So I'm repeating the same thing, right? So in disliking the thread message, so the function is going to be renamed to dislike thread message, and that's going to take in the ID as well. We are going to move within our thread collection.documents, passing the ID, then we update the likes field, and in updating the likes field, it's going to be array remove, then we pass in the user ID. So that's basically the functionality in liking also disliking a thread message. Within the press of this function, that's where that function is going to get called, right? So in here, you need to check the state of the likes, right? If the message.like contains the user ID, right, meaning it has already been liked, right? So in here, let's bring in the user ID. So I'll grab the user ID from here, and place it over here. Let's get rid of the cons in here. There you go. So we check if our message.likes contain the user ID, which means it has already been liked. Then we call a function that will dislike the message, right? And I'm going to name this function as onDislike. Else the message has not been liked, then I'll call another function to like the message, and that's onLike. So we perform two functions based on the state of the likes, right? So I need to create two state variables over here, and the return type is going to be a function, right? Void function. So I'm going to name this like onLike. So I'll be creating an additional function, and that's going to be onDislike. So once you have that, we need to pass that within the constructor. Require that in the constructor as well. So onLike and also onDislike. So let's check for the onDislike, the spelling. So you can pass onDislike, saving the changes over here. So if our message.likes.contain the user ID, you are going to onDislike, and also otherwise you are going to like. So you are going to do something similar in rendering the icon. So if message.likes.contain the user ID, you're going to return an icon, and the icon name is going to be the favorite icon with a color of red. So that basically means that message has been liked. So the color is going to be colors.red. Else we are going to render the favorite icon again. This time around it's going to be the outline version, and we don't need the color over here. There you go. So let's wrap the icon button within a column so you can display the text below it. So I'll wrap it within a column. So next to the icon button or below the icon button is going to be a text that's going to render the number of likes, right? That's also going to be based on our message likes, right? We check if it's empty. We don't want to render the 0, right? We are going to return an empty string. Else we render the message.likes, the length of the message likes, right? So we need to convert that to a string. There you go. I think that's pretty much it. So within our thread message widget, it expects the onLike and also onDislike, right? So in disliking the message, you need to pass in the function, and you're going to call our dislike thread message function, right, which expects an ID. We can access the ID from our messages. Then we pass in the index.id. That's the document of each thread message. And also in liking the message, we are going to provide it the like thread message function, right? It also expects an ID and can access the ID from our messages index.id. So as it seems we haven't already a profile screen, right? So let's check for that. We are returning a thread message over here. So basically we need to pass in the likes, right? That's going to be from our message data. Then we access the likes field. And down below also expects the likes as well. So the message data dot likes, and the thread widget, thread message widget also expect two functions, the onDislike and also the onLike. So I'll just grab this. I'll grab these two functions over here. It's going to be similar to that. I mean the same thing. So since we provide the dislike and also the like function, we need to bring in a function as well within that file. So I'll just copy that in within the profile screen. I can just paste in the two functions, and we need our thread collection in this file as well. to access our database, right? So I also grab that from our feed file. So we need our thread collection. There you go. So here we need to change it to a user thread, right? This is also going to be a user thread. And also we need to bring in the user ID. We already have our current user over here, so we can just access the ID by calling our current user.uid. Let's check for the null over there. It'll be doing same thing in this, like in the message, our current user.uid. There we go. So we can give it a try. Boom. You can see you can like a message, right? And it reflects within our database the like field, which is an array storing the user ID. And this makes it unique for each user, right? So you can give it a like multiple times, right? So once you hit on twice, you're going to dislike it. Let's solve this issue, right? It's always returning a circular progress indicator. So within our profile screen, in accessing our message lights, we also need to return an empty array, right? There we go. There. How cool is this? So that's basically liking, also disliking the thread message, right? So here I'm bringing in another logged in user from the emulator, so you can see the two effects, right? So when like here, it immediately reflects over here, right? How cool is that? So let's continue. So in here, let's render the users within our database, right? It's not going to be static as you've seen over here, right? And also to do that, we also need to refactor this code implementation. So first of all, let's bring in our users collection, right? We want to render our users over there. So I'll just grab my users collection, and within my search screen, I'll just paste it over here and import our Firebase Firestore. So once we have that imported, let's first of all comment this out. So in here, we'll be having a stream builder, right? And the stream is going to listen to a function. So we'll provide it our thread, our users collection dot snapshots. And also the builder is also a function that takes in the context and also the snapshot. So in here, the snapshot is what actually hosts the data, right? So within that, we can check for the state of the snapshot over here. So if our snapshot dot has data, we want the opposite of that. We are going to return a circular progress indicator that has been centered. Let's also check for the error, right? So else if our snapshot dot has error, we can return a text displaying the error, right? So the text is going to be centered. So we can access that by using snapshot.error. So if our snapshot has data, right, that's when we are going to return our list view builder, right? And takes in the item builder. That's a function that takes in the context and the index. So in here, in the item builder, it returns a widget, right? So first of all, let's set a shrink wrap to true, and also the item count. So to access the item count, let's first of all assign the snapshot.data to a variable known as the users, right? So I'll create a variable users and assign snapshot.data.docs. So the item count is going to be our users.length. So you can get rid of these comments. So let's get our single user over here. So you can access that from our users. Then we pass in our index of each user. Then we can access the data, and that's going to be as map of string and dynamic. So once we get our user, we can return our suggested follower. And before we do that, let's first of all create a variable of follower, right? And that's going to be our suggested follower, passing in all the details from our database, right? So it expects ID, username, profile image URL, and also is following. So the ID, we are going to pass in the user, then we access the ID field. We'll be doing something same to the username and also the profile image URL. So here we need to pass in the user. So user, then we access the username, we access the profile image URL. So this by default, let's set it to false. We come and work on that. So once we have that, we can now return our suggested follower, passing in the follower. There we go. So we are now going to request the image from online, so we need to change it to network image. So let's hot restart and see. There we go. How cool is that? You can see we have 2 users, right? Yeah, still having an error. Let's check out as sign up.dat. So in saving the user's details, you only save in the name and also the username, right? In bringing it, we want to access the ID field, right? So let's pass in ID. So once the user sign up, we are going to have an ID field over here. So we can now access the ID. So I just pass in the ID field of each user over here. So I think that's pretty much it. Let's run in debug again. How cool is that? You can see our users within errors. So that's basically it. So in this session, we'll be implementing a comment, right? So we can just make a comment to a thread post. Yeah, so in here, I'll just cut this thread message widget and put it in a separate file, right? So within the lib folder, I'll be creating a new folder. That's going to be called the widgets. So within the widget folder is going to be a new file. The name of the file is going to be a thread message file. So thread message.dat. So I just paste in here. So we need to import our material.dat to fix the error, and also bring in our thread message model over here, and also our Firebase Auth. There we go. So let's save in the changes and import where we need to import our thread message widget. So within our feed screen, we need to import this thread message widget, and also within the profile screen, we need to do same as well and import that. There we go. So within the feed screen, let's add functionality to this thread message widget, right? So let's wrap it an ink wall, right? So that behaves as a button. So it has on tap. So basically that's going to be the function that will get called when the thread message widget is tapped. So when you tap on a particular message, you want to navigate to the comment screen, right? And to do that, we use navigator.push. So it takes in the context and also the route. And the route is going to be a material page route that takes in the builder. So in here, the builder is basically a function that takes in the context. and returns a page. So in here, we'll be navigating to the comment screen. It's not yet created, so I'll be creating it sooner. So I head to my screen folder and create a new file. Within the screen folder, I'm going to name this file as the comment screen. So basically, this screen is going to show the comments, right? So for now, let's generate a stateful widget over here and rename that to comment screen. There we go. So let's return a scaffold for now. So in my feed.dat, we need to import this comment screen, right, to get rid of the errors. There we go. So let's give it a try. When you tap on a particular thread message widget, right, you're supposed to navigate to the comment screen. So first of all, let's pass in the message to the comment screen, right, the message of the sender, and let's get rid of the cons in here. So we need to require that within the feed comment screen as well, right? So I will do that over here. So require this dot message and proceed by creating an instance of the message, right? So the return type is going to be a thread message. It's supposed to be a final thread message. There we go. So when you tap on a particular thread message, you can see we've been navigated to the comment screen, right? Nothing is found there yet. So let's save in the changes over here. And let's try to work within the comment screen, right? So let's try to pass this message to the comment screen since we have the message over here. So in the scaffold, let's return an app bar. And the app bar takes in the app bar widget, right? So within the app bar, we can start with the title, right? And the title is going to be a test widget with a test of a thread. So let's set the elevation to 0. So let's change the background of this app bar, right? So with the background property, you can set the color to be white. So let's set the color of the text to be black. So with the style attribute, you can assign the text style passing in the color. So you can assign colors.black. Let's save the changes. There we go. So the body of this scaffold is going to return a single child scroll view, right? We want this view to be scrollable. So the child of this single child scroll view is going to be a column, right? And that basically aligns its widget vertically. So within the children of this column, we're actually going to return a thread message widget, right? We need to pass in the thread message widget. That is in the message. The unlike on dislike as well. So with the message, you can just pass in our widget.message since we have the message being passed in over here. And for now, we can just set the unlike and also the undislike to a function, an empty function over here. So once you have this, you can see it just reflects over there, right? So let's give some enough padding around this thread message widget. So we can actually wrap this column within a padding widget. And this pattern is going to affect our size, a value of 8. You can see it shifts a bit. I think this looks cool. So we now have our comment screen, right, with the sender's details. When you tap on a particular comment post, you can see that particular post being displayed, right? So you actually need to display the list of comments below that particular post. So that's the next step. So within our thread message, model. So let's move into our thread message model, right, and add the comments field. So basically it's going to be a list of comments similar to the likes, and let's proceed to require that in the constructor as well. So require this dot comments. Also to map field, we need to add the comments, and from map it's going to be similar to the likes. So it's supposed to be comments So I'll copy that over here, changing the comment list from, so map of comments, that's going to be as a list. So within the feed screen, you actually need to pass in the comments as well, right? Since we just added to the thread message model. So in here, you need to pass in the comments. So that's going to be from our message data. Then we access the comments field. If that's not available, you can just set it to an empty string. You can do that. Let's do that within the profile screen as well. So with the comments field, you can just assign the message data to comments. At the top over here, you also need to pass in the comments as well. That's going to be from our message data. Then access the comments field. If that's not available, you can set it to an empty array. So let's provide this empty array in case you don't have any comments. So let's auto restart. There you go. So let's add functionality to the comment button. So when that is clicked, it pop up the sliding up panel. So that should be the next step. So let's wrap this single child scroll view within a widget, and just let's rename this widget to the sliding up panel. So we need to change the child over here to a body, and also it is in the controller where you pass in a panel controller, right? So first of all, we need to create an instance of this panel controller. That's going to be panel controller. Then the variable name is going to be panel controller. So this is the way you create an instance. You can then pass down the panel controller. And let's set the main height to 0 and also a max height, right? We want the panel controller to be 90% of the screen. So we use the media query .of context .size. Then we can access the height field. Then we multiply by that by 0.9. So that basically gives us 90% of the screen. So once you have that, let's provide it a border radius, right? So this border radius is only going to affect the top left and also the top right of the sliding up panel. So border radius dot only, passing the top left, is going to be radius dot circular and provide a value of 25. So we'll be doing same to the top right, right? It's going to be a top right, passing the same value, saving the changes over here. And also you need to pass in the panel builder. So this is basically a function that is in the scroll controller. And returns a widget, right? So in here you are going to return the post comment screen. Here you actually be posting a comment, right? So for now it's not yet created, but I'll be creating it sooner, right? So you need to return the post comment screen. So I'll create a screen within my screen folder. I'm going to name this file as the post screen.dat. So in here, let's generate a stateful widget over here and rename the to my post comment screen. So let's change the placeholder to a scaffold for now. So within our feed screen, you can just import the post comment screen as well. There you go. So you can actually, so let's add functionality to the comment button to pop up the sliding up panel, right? So within the thread message widget, we need to add functionality to this press button to pop up the sliding up panel. And to do that, we need to bring in the panel controller, right? So we need to bring in the panel controller over here and pass that down over there. So when the comment button is pressed, you need to pop up the sliding up panel, right? So you can make use of the panel controller variable, which has the open method on it. So panel controller.open. Then we pass in a function that's going to handle our comment. That's going to be on comment. So once we do that, we need to create a variable of return type function and require that in the thread message widget, similar to the unlike and also on dislike. And that's going to throw error within the view screen and also the profile screen, right? Since we are requiring this, we need to pass that to the view screen as well. So let's do something over here before moving to the view screen. So let's wrap this icon button within the column, right? So below the icon button is going to be a text field similar to the likes as well. So we base on our message.comment. If it's empty, we don't want to show the 0. Else we want to show the number of comments. And that's going to be our message.comments.length. Then we convert that to a string, right? So that's just to align these icons, right? We'll be doing same for the retweet and also the send icon. So I'll be wrapping that within a column and provide a text widget, right? So for now, we'll just set it to an empty string over here. And lastly, you need to wrap this icon button within a column, right? Below that is going to be a text with an empty string. So this will basically align the icons. So this thread message widget takes in the on comment, which we just passing. So for now, let's set it to an empty function over here. We need to do same within our profile, where we're actually returning our thread message widget. We need to pass the on comment in here, and also within the comment screen, we also need to pass that down. So let's give it a try. So within the thread message, we wouldn't be creating an instance, right? You need to require that in a thread message widget. So in here, it's supposed to be this way. You need to pass that the panel controller to the constructor so that we can make use of the widget.panel controller. Oh yeah. So in here, you can pass the panel controller to the thread message widget, the file we are returning the thread message widget. So we need to pass that down over here. So within our comment screen, we'll be doing same, pass in our panel controller. So to pass in the panel controller over here, you actually need to pass that down over here. So I'll pass in the panel controller within the comment screen. So in my comment screen, you need to require this .panel controller and create an instance below. So we can pass that down over here. I think that should be it. Let's give it a try. There we go. So when you click on a particular icon, it pops up the sliding up panel, right? So let's proceed. So we are going to have similar header to this post screen, right? So I'll just copy that from the post screen, starting from the padding. So I'll be ending below the divider. So I'll just copy that. So within my comment screen, within my post screen, the post comment screen rather, we'll be returning this. We'll be returning a column with the children in that I'll just paste in. So first of all, let's comment this controller out, and also the onPress, let's set it to an empty function. There we go, right? So in here, let's change in the new thread to reply. And saving the changes. There you go. So let's proceed. So in here we actually need the sender details, right? And also we also need the currently user information, right? So there's going to be a function that will return our user model, and this function is going to fetch our user data. And also we also need the sender details as well. So there's also going to be another function that will get us the sender details. And finally, we also be implementing a function in posting a comment, right? So I'll be creating another function over here. So the return type is going to be void, and the function name is going to be post comment. So these are the three functions we'll be implementing. So in fetching the user data, right? So first of all, let's bring in the users collection. So final collection reference, and the variable name is going to be the user collection. And that's going to be from our Firebase Firestore .instance.collection, and the collection name is going to be users. So once we have our users collection over here, within our fetch user data, so let's also bring in the thread collection as well. We'll be using it. So the collection name is going to be threads. So within the fetch user data, we'll be using try catch block. So within the try block, we create a user document. We extract the user document, and that's going to be from our thread collection. Our user collection .doc, passing in our currently user, right? So we need to bring our current user over here. So I'll create a variable that will hold the current user, right? And the variable name is going to be current user. So the way we access our current user is from our Firebase auth.instance.current user. So once we have our current user over here, we can just pass that down and access the ID field, passing in within the document, and also will get that particular current user document. So with the get method, we can have access to the user document. Then we proceed to return the user. So I'll create a user variable. Using our user model, we have from map method, right? So we can access our data from our user documents.data. So this data comes as a map of string and dynamic. And we convert that and assign it to a user variable. Since the return type is going to be a user model, we can simply just return the user, which comes in the form of the user model. So let's await. So we can just return our user over here. So within the catch block, you can just read through the error. So that's basically the functionality in fetching the user data, right? That's the current user data. I want to display it over here. And also, let's change the return type of this to be the thread message, right? And in getting the sender detail, we'll be using try catch as well. So in here, I'll be creating the sender document variable, and we await look through our thread collection .doc. Then we pass in an ID, that thread ID. So I can see we don't have the thread ID over here. You can actually have access to the thread ID within the feed screen and pass that down to the comment screen as well. And to do that, I'll move into my feed screen. So within the feed screen, I'll be creating a variable and initially assign an empty string to it, right? So the variable name is going to be a thread doc. So initially it's going to be an empty string. And where are you going to get access to this thread document, right? And that's basically going to found. So that's basically going to be within our on comment, right? So once we hit the on comment, we are going to set state and assign the ID to the thread document. So once we hit on the on comment, we set state, updating the thread document to be messages of its index.id, and this brings us the individual ID of each thread message. So that's basically it. We pass in a message of its index.id. So once you have our thread document over here, you can just pass that down to our post comment screen. So you can get rid of these cons over here and require that. So within our post document screen, you can require this .thread doc and also create an instance over here. So for now, the return type is going to be a string thread document. So once we have access to our thread document, we can just pass that down over here by using widget.thread doc. Then we get that thread document. Since we have access to the thread document, let's check if our thread document exists. So if our thread document doesn't exist, we can actually since the return type is going to be a thread message over there, right? You can return a thread message passing in an empty string to each field, right? So I'll be doing something different over here. So within my thread message model, right, I'll be creating a factory method over here. That's going to be empty. So factory thread message dot empty. So this is basically going to return a thread message, setting an empty field to each of these fields, right? So the ID is going to be an empty string. The sender name is also going to be an empty string. The sender profile image URL, same. The timestamps, the likes is going to be an empty array. The comment is also going to be an empty array. So since the return type of this is supposed to be a datetime, so let's initially assign it to be a datetime.now. So we can make use of this thread message factory method, right, which is empty. So in our post comment screen, if our sender document doesn't exist, you can just return our thread message.empty. If it exists over here, we can just access the data of this sender, right? And to do that, we use the sender document.data, and this comes as a map of string and dynamic. So we now have our sender data. We can just access the sender name by moving into our sender data and access the name, the sender field, right? So this will bring us the sender name. That will come as a string. We can also have access to the sender image URL and also the message as well. So with the message, you can just pass in the message, and that comes as a string as well. You can also have access to the ID. So the ID of each thread message point towards a user, right? So we have all these fields. So let's make use of this ID to retrieve the sender information, right? So I'll be creating a user document over here, moving into our users collection .document, passing the ID, then you can get that user document. So since we now have our user document, you can just access the name and also the image URL as well, right? So to get the user data, you can make use of our user document.data, and this comes as a map of string and dynamic, right? There you go. So what are the things we need over here, right? We want the image of the sender, right? So we can just grab the image URL from our user data. So the field is supposed to be the profile image URL, and that comes as a string. So we also need to return this thread message widget, right? So you need to pass in the ID, the sender name. So with the sender profile image URL, that's going to be the image URL and the timestamp is supposed to be datetime.now. The likes field is going to be an empty array. The comments field is going to be an empty array. So that's basically it. So we can just debug print the error in case we have an error. So that's going to be error fetching sender details. And basically we can just return our thread message.empty since the return type is supposed. So what we're doing here, in getting the sender details, we pass in our thread document ID. That will get our sender document. Then we retrieve the data, access the name of the sender, the message, and also the ID. And this ID is associated with the user. We use that ID as well to get the user's information. Then we have access to the user email, image URL. Then we make use of that and pass that down and return the thread message result. So let's move on to the last functionality. That's the posting of comments, right? So in posting comments, so let's start with a try catch over here. So in our try block, we await our thread collection .doc passing the widget .thread doc document. Then we update a field, the comments field. So we need to update the comments field. So this is how the comment is going to be structured, right? It's going to be field value dot array union. We can have a list of comments, right? That comes as an array. So in the array field, we'll be having an object with an ID field. And this ID will be coming from our current user who is commenting, right? So we can just pass in the current user.uid. And also we need to access the comment as well. So that's going to be the text field within the comments. So this will actually be coming from our comment controller.text. It's not yet created, so I'll be creating it at the top over there. So it's supposed to be our comment controller.text. So I'll be creating a text editing controller. So comment controller, and that's going to be from our text editing controller. You also need to pass the timestamp as well, right? So that's going to be the last thing over here, timestamp. So timestamp .now, then we convert that to a date. So in our catch block, we can just print out the error using the debug print. So error.string. So that would be the functionality in posting the comments, right? So since we have all these functionalities, let's proceed by building the UI while implementing it as well. We also have our comments being added over here. So let's start building. Below the divider is going to be a column, and this column takes in the children, right? So the first child of this column is going to be the future builder. That comes with the future and also the builder. So the future, we are going to get our sender details, and the builder takes in the context and also the snapshot. So the snapshot in here is what actually holds the data. So in here we need to check the state of the snapshot. If our snapshot doesn't has data, so if it doesn't have data over here, you can return a circular progress indicator widget. So if it has data, you can just create a variable of the sender and assign a snapshot of data to the sender variable, right? So in here we'll be returning a column over here. In this column, is going to return the list style, right? So the list style text in the leading, that's going to be the first widget you are going to see. So we pass in a circular avatar that is in the background image. So this image is going to be a network image since we are going to access it from our Firebase. So we pass in our sender dot profile image URL. So the list also takes in the title. So in here we'll be displaying the sender name over here. So let's start this test. So with the style attribute, we can assign the text style and change the font size to 14. So the list also takes in the subtitle, and that comes below the title, right? So that's basically also going to be a text widget displaying the message, right? So let's proceed to start this as well. So let's set the color to black. There we go. You can see it. It appears over there, right? With the username and also the message over there. So below the list is going to be a size box, and the height is going to be 40. So the chart of this size, the chart of this size box is going to be a vertical divider. So the color, let's set to be colors.gray, gray 400. So let's proceed to set a width to 5 and also provide it thickness value of 1.5 and also an indent of 0 and indent to be 0, as you can see over there. So let's wrap this size box within a padding, and this padding is going to affect it horizontal, so it's going to be symmetric. So we provide a horizontal value of 30, and let's set a so let's proceed to give this column a cross axis alignment, and that's going to be cross axis alignment dot start. There we go. So below the padding is going to be the current user who's about to comment, right? So that's going to be similar to this list style. So I just grab this list style and paste it over here. So let me save in the changes and see how it's supposed to look like, right? So you can have the sender information similar over here. So the subtitle is going to return a text form field. So that's actually an input field to submit your comment. So with the controller, you can just pass in the comment controller. And also let's provide some decoration over here. So with the input decoration, you can just provide a hint text. The hint text can be replied to. And also let's proceed to set provide it a hint star, right, by reducing the size of this hint text placeholder, right? So I can just provide a font size to be 13 and saving the changes. With we don't want the underlying input border, right? So let's set the border to be none. So with the border argument, you can just provide the input border dot none. There we go. How cool is this? So we actually need to bring in the current user information over here, right? So I'll wrap this list style in a future builder, right? So let's rename this to a future builder. So it is in the future and also the builder. So with a future, you can just provide it the function that will just fetch our user data, right? The current user data, and proceed by checking the state of the snapshot. So if our snapshot that has data, let's check the opposite of that. You actually be returning a circular progress indicator. Let's assign the snapshot data to this user variable, right? So we can make use of it. So in our network image, you actually be returning our user dot the username. Sorry, you actually need the user profile image URL. It's not supposed to be the username. Sorry, the user profile image URL. So if this is not available, you can just set it to an empty string to get rid of the errors. And also here is where we can actually provide it our username. So you can just show the person you are replying to, right? So in here you can pass in the sender dot sender name. Let's get rid of the cons in here and save in the changes. You can see you are replying to query Dakwa. So I need to check this. There we go, replying to Dakwa. How cool is this? So let's add functionality to the cancel button. There we go. So let's add functionality to the cancel button to close the panel, right? So we need to bring in the panel controller. So we need to pass that down to the post comment screen. So in our post comment screen, require this dot panel controller. Then we proceed by creating an instance variable of this panel controller. So we can make use of this panel controller by calling the widget.panelcontroller.close. So let's give it a try. There we go. So you can just pop up a panel and cancel the panel, right? So in posting the comment, once we have successful posting of the comment, we need to clear the comment and also close the panel as well, right? So comment controller.clear. We need to clear the text and also use our widget.panelController and close the panel. So that's basically it. Then we need to pass the post comment function over here. There we go. Let's save in the changes. So let's give it a try. So I'll just comment it. So this is my first comment, right? So this is my first comment. So let's hit on post. Boom, there you go. You can see it's increased by 1. And when you check within our thread, you can see our comment field has been added, right? That it comes with the ID, the text, and also the time. So the next step is to actually show the comments under this thread post, right? So in our comment screen, that's the next thing to do. So below this thread message is going to be the comments associated with this thread message, right? So we need to bring that from our Firebase. So we need to create a function that will fetch the user who just make a comment related to this thread post, right? So the function name is going to be fetch user data that takes in an ID. So here we'll be using try catch, right? First of all, let's get a user document, right? So we await Firebase firestore dot instance dot collection of users dot snapshot, dot document, then we pass in the ID dot snapshot. There's no need of this await since we are using stream. Then we can return the user document dot map. We can have access to the document and make use of our user model dot from map, right? So the document can just have access to the data that comes as a map of string and dynamic. So that's basically the functionality in getting the user data. So within the catch block, we can just read through. So in here, let's bring in our thread collection. So that's our Firebase firestore instance, the collection of threads. There you go. So below this thread message widget, right, that's supposed to be the comment related to this thread post. So we'll be returning a stream builder that comes with the stream and also the builder. The stream is going to listen to a function, and that's where we provided our thread collection dot document, passing in our widget dot thread ID, our thread document. So you need to grab the document of these thread messages, right? So let's actually bring in this thread document. So that's why we make use of this. So we need to pass in a thread ID over here. So this thread ID will be coming from our messages of its index.id. So we need to pass that to the comment screen. So in our comment screen, you can just require this .thread ID and create an instance of that. So we can make use of this thread ID. So thread collection.doc, then we pass in our widget.thread ID. So the builder takes in the context and also the snapshots. So in here, let's check the state of the snapshot. So we need to pass that thread ID dot snapshot. So if our snapshot dot has data, if it doesn't have data, you are going to return a circular progress indicator. If it indeed has data, we can just return assign the snapshot of data to the data variable we just created, and that comes as a map of string and dynamic. So below that, I'll be creating a comment variable. Then you can just access the comments field within the data, right? That comes as a list. We check the state of the comment. If that's not equal to null, if it's equal to null, we are going to return a test with an empty string, displaying nothing. If that's not equal to null, we're going to return a list view builder, right? Displaying the list of comments. So the list view builder comes with the item builder that is in the context and also the index, and returns a widget. So in here, let's set the shrink wrap to true, and also the item count is going to be our comments dot length. So in here, we'll be returning string builder. The string is going to fetch our user data. We need to pass in the ID. That's going to be our comment. Then we pass in the ID, and also the builder is going to take in the context and also the snapshot. So in here, let's check for the state of the snapshot. If our snapshot doesn't have data, you can actually return the circular progress indicator. We can also check if our snapshot has an error. We can return a test displaying the error. So in here, we can get our data back, right? So I'll be creating a variable user, then assign the snapshot to data to the user. So I create a message variable over here. That's going to return our thread message. We need to pass in the ID. So the ID will be coming from our comments. Then we can access the ID field. The sender name is going to be our user.name. The profile image URL is going to be our user.profile image URL. If that's not available, we can just set it to an empty string. And the message of the comment is going to be our comment. Then you access the text field. The timestamp, you come back to that. So the likes and the comments initially is going to be an empty array. So in here you can so let's first of all come to the timestamp, right? So with the timestamp, actually we need to get the individual comments, right? So I need to do that. So we can just pass the index of our comments. So here need to be a single comment and also a single message, right? So you need to fix that. And also I'll be creating a variable of timestamp, right? That's going to be of the date time. So initially it's going to be datetime.now. Then we proceed by checking if our comment dot contains. So you can have comment dot contains key. Then we pass in the field, right? The field is time. If it contains the time field key, and also that time field key is not equal to null. If that's not equal to null, you can just proceed to update the timestamp, right? We don't want the timestamp to be null. So you can set the timestamp to be a comment of the time. We access the time field. That comes as a timestamp. Then we convert that to a date. You can just provide this timestamp to the timestamp over here. So let's make use of this message variable, right? So we actually need to return a widget. So when you take a clear look, it's just a nested post, right? So you can just return a thread message widget. So with the unlike, on dislike, on comment, and a panel controller, you can just set it to this as default, right? So let's hot restart and see. So this needs to be the comment of the ID, not the comments, right? So let's also restart again. There we go. So you can see the comments below 29 minutes ago. So here I can just proceed by making a comment, right? So hi there. So I can post this comment. You can see the comment increased by 2 and it's being shown over here. How cool is this? There we go. Let's make another comment. Hello. Let's post this comment. So that's basically it. See you in our next tutorial. In today's session, we'll be adding the ability for users to follow and unfollow each other. So in our search page, let's filter out our currently logged in user, right? We don't want it to be part of our users over here, right? So we need to filter out our currently logged in user. So it's going to be user collection dot where, then the field is going to be ID. If the ID is not equal to the currently logged in user ID, right? So that's the condition to filter out the currently logged in user. So if the ID is not equal to the currently logged in user ID, so this user ID is coming from our currently logged in user. Up here, I'll just bring in our currently logged in user, right? I'll create a variable of user ID, and that's going to be from our Firebase Auth dot instance dot current user dot UID. Then we can pass this user ID to the condition, right? So this is basically the function that will filter our currently logged in user. So you can see our user has been filtered out, right? Our currently logged in user has been filtered out. There we go. So let's proceed. So within our user model, we'll be adding 2 more additional fields, right? So in here, we'll be adding a list of following. And also we'll also be adding a list of followers, right? So that's basically going to store the ID since that's unique for each user. So let's require that in the constructor as well. And also to map method can add those information as well. So within the from map, going to be followers, right? And that's going to be a list dot from. So in here, we're going to have map of the followers. That's going to be as list. There you go. So we'll be doing same for the following, right? So we are going to have following over here. So we need to change it to following as well. So I think that's it, right? So this, since we require these 2 additional fields within our sign up, right? When the user sign up, let's provide these 2 additional information, right? The following. So initially, it's going to be an empty array on the sign up, and also the followers also is going to be an empty array. So let's save in the changes over here. So within our search page, right? Let's rename this to user info, right? We won't be using the suggested follower model. It's going to base on that user model, right? So let's bring in the ID and also get rid of the boolean is following, right? So we forgot to add this ID field to the user model. So let's do that real quick. So once you have that added, right, you can see we have no more error. And also the additional field you need to add, right, and that's the name, and can access the name from our user. Then we pass in the name field. We also need to pass in the followers and also the following, which is going to be an empty array. So in here we pass in our user info. And also this is going to be the user, right? So let's make the necessary changes within our suggested follower widget, right? So first of all, you need to require that in the constructor as well. Change the follower to the user. So let's leave this for now, we'll come back to it. So this user is going to be of type user model, right? I was making some duplication over here. There's no need of this suggested follower model, right? It's going to be based on the user model. So if the user profile is now, can just provide an empty string, right? We'll be doing some implementation over here, so let's maintain this for now. So let's set this to a default profile image, right? In case the profile image is equal to null. So up here, I'll be creating two functions, right? The function that will implement in following a user and also on following a user. So I'm going to name this function as follow user, and that's going to take in the user model. It's going to be asynchronous as well. And there's also going to be another function on follow user. So this function is going to handle on following a user. So in our flow user, so in here we await our user collection, right? And update the document passing in the currently logged in user ID, right? We update the field. So we update the field of following, and that one is going to be set to field value dot array union, that is in an array. Then I'll pass in our user.id. So we then proceed to update the user, right? The user field. So basically we update the document of our currently logged in user, right? So in the update we add the user ID. So this basically ensures that the user following list include the ID of the user. And the next update is for the document of the user being followed. And in that update, we update the followers field, right? And pass in our currently logged in user. So in our unfollow user function, right, we'll be doing something similar, right? So I'll just grab the code in here and just paste within our unfollow user function. So in here we need to change the array union to array remove and pass in the ID respectively, right? So this will handle the functionality to unfollow a user by removing the ID field within the array. So down here, let's pass those functions to the suggested follower widget, right? So I'll pass the follow, then we pass in our follow user function, which takes in the user model where we provided our user info, right? right? And we'll be doing same by passing an unfollow parameter, and that's going to call the function to unfollow a user. It requires the user model, where I'll pass in the user info over here. So we need to require that within the suggested follower widget in here, right? So first of all, let's require that in the constructor, right? Require this dot follow. And also you need to require this dot unfollow. So once you have that, you need to create an instance of them, right? And the return type is going to be void callback of follow, and also void callback or unfollow over here. So that should be it. So let's wrap the row within a stream builder, right? So the stream builder is going to listen to a function. So in here we provide it our user collection, right? So Firebase firestore.instance.user collection dot document. Then we pass in our currently logged in user document. So we get that right from here. So we need to bring in our currently logged in user ID, and we can access that from our Firebase authentication, right? So we use Firebase auth.instance.current_user.uid. So we can now pass that, right, and get a snapshot of that. So this will give us a copy of that. So in our builder, you can then proceed to check for the state of the snapshot, right? If our snapshot dot has data, so let's check for the opposite of that. If the data is not yet in, we can return a sized box and shrink the size. Basically, we don't want to show anything over here. You can also proceed to check for the error, right? So in here, I'll just bring in my currently logged in user, right? So that's going to be from I'll call my user model, which has from map method, right? Then I'll pass in my snapshot.data, and it also has the data method on it, right? This brings us the actual data, and this data comes as a map of string and dynamic. There we go. So we can get our currently logged in user, right? So let's wrap the container within a widget, and I'm going to call this widget as enqual, right? We want to make the follow and also the following touchable, right? We want to make it a button. It comes with an on press. That's why we are going to call our function, right? So for now, we'll set it to this. And also let's create a variable over here and check whether we are following the person or we are yet to follow the person, right? And that's going to be based on our currently logged in user, right? We check for the photo following if it contains our widget.user.id, right? If the ID is found, right, that will return as true, meaning we are following the person, else it will return as false, right? So we can just proceed to pass in the is following variable, right? And that's basically going to check whether we are currently following the user or we are yet to follow the user. So that should be it. So in the on tab, we need to do same, right? So we are going to base on it whether we are following the user or we are yet to follow the user. So if it's following, we are going to return our widget.follow. Else we are going to return. So first of all, let's change this stateless widget to a stateful widget, right? To get rid of the errors. There you go. You can return our widget.onFollow. So this should be it. So actually it's supposed to be onFollow, and this is supposed to be follow, right? Following the user, we can just return the onFollow function, else we can just return the follow function. can see it's working, right? When you check the database, you can see the following field has 2 IDs, right? And the other field contains the followers, right? The followers ID. How cool is that, right? If you are getting an error, you need to add the followers and also the following field to the Firebase. So basically, our follow and unfollow functionality is working, right? So let's pull out the data on our profile screen. So that's the next step. So in our profile screen, where we are rendering the manual 100 followers, right? So first of all, let's wrap this test widget within a row, right? That is in the children, right? So in here, we need to return the number of followers, right? So we can get them from our user dot followers dot length. Then we convert that to a string. So let's get rid of the cons in here to remove the error, right? Let's check for the now. There you go. As you can see, it immediately reflects over there, right? So next to the followers is going to be the number of followings. So in here, it's going to be a user dot following dot length. Then we convert that to a string. So let's wrap this test within a padding, right? We want some enough space, and this padding is going to affect it symmetrically, right? We provide it a horizontal value, and this affects it left and right with a value of 8. You can see it shifts a bit with 2 following, right? So I'm currently following 2 people, and that reflects on our profile page. How cool is that? So that's basically it. See you in our next tutorial. In today's session, we'll be implementing the search functionality in searching for users to follow, right? So in here, I'll start by creating a variable of search query and initially assign it an empty string, right? So I'll proceed by creating a function that will implement our search functionality, right? And the return type of that function is going to be a list of users, right? And the type is going to be our user model. So the function name over here is going to be search users, right? So in here, it takes in a list of users and also a query. So it takes in 2 parameters, a list of users and also a query, which is of type string. So in our search users function, we are going to return the users. So it's going to be users.where, then and for each single user, so for each single user, we can just return our user.username dot lowercase and check if it contains a query that's being passing, and we convert that to a lowercase as well. So finally, we can just convert this to a list, right? So this is the basic functionality in searching for users. We filter our user where the username is equal to the query being passing, right? So in here, let's create the search controller variable, right? So the variable name is going to be search controller. Which is going to be of type text editing controller. There you go. So down in our test form field, we can just pass in our controller and give it our search controller variable. So over here we are getting our users, right? I'll be creating a variable of all users. So, and that's going to be based on our users. So in here we will map. So users.map, we get an individual document over here. So I'll create a user variable that we are going to assign the user variable document.data, and the data comes as a map of string and dynamic. So we can later on return the user, right, which comes in the form of this user model. You can also convert that to a list as well. So below that, I'll be creating a variable of filtered users, and that's going to call our function search controller, which takes in a list of users and also our query. So in here we pass in our variable all users and pass in our search query, which initially is set to an empty string, right? So item count is going to be our filtered users.length, and also our individual user is going to be from our filtered users. Then we access the index, right? So we can just get rid of this user model and pass in the user information accordingly. So here, let's save in the changes. So we'll be having an init state over here, right? We are going to attach a listener to the search controller, right? So search controller dot add listener. Then we can set state within this method, right? So setting the state, we will assign our search query the text from our test input, right? So it's going to be our search controller dot text. We assign our search controller dot text to the search query. So that's basically it. Let's give it a try. As you can see it over there. Hope you find this tutorial to be useful. Consider subscribing, like, and share the video as well. This is the end of the thread clone in Flutter.